Well, I like hot dogs. They're delicious. And, wiener dogs, they can be cute. So I guess in some instances, you can say, I love wiener. No, Amy, we are not friends. You are a bitch who is leeching off of my success as a celebrity. Hold on. Oh gosh. Oh, damn it. That bruise just healed.
It's whatever. Just promise me you'll convince her to use a rubber, okay?
Oh my goodness! Whoa! Alright!
Gosh, you know who fucking wrote this?
I know.
Oh, and nice cry.
Hold on, wait. Everyone's still in their funeral clothes, and then here's Akiyama's like, I don't want to feel left out, with my bright ass, red, jacket and all that. I'll just dress all in black just to fit in somehow. My man, what a homie. He's not only gonna go into the Millennium Tower to fight alongside because he's just that much of a bro, but he's also gonna make sure I was gonna make sure my drip doesn't, clash with the rest of the team. Oh, I love him. I love Akiyama so much.
And now my journey comes to a close. What a splendid way to end it all.
Uniform changed colors. Oh, it's like the leaves on his clothes are dying as well.
I can return to the form of Allah.
Wait! His fucking teeth popped out and he just blew up! What? Okay, this was my favorite boss death in this game so far. Because he just blew up and his teeth just flew out. Just, oh no! There goes my teeth! Wait! Oh my gosh, Tails, let me win, please! Win! Yes! Tails! That's right, Tails! I'm Sonic! It's Team Sonic Racing, Tails! Do you call this Team Tails Racing? No! You should be ashamed of yourself,
He's your
Tails.
fucking teammate, man.
I don't care.
This is exactly why Anakin killed the Jedi.
Hey, all that matters is I want first place here. Before I can answer, a booming voice echoes from the front door.
Yelling great. Wait, hey, esta que? I know Spanish.
Oh my gosh. It's even better than I thought. Oh my gosh. That's oh. And he also has the mustache. Let's go.
He's got the mustache.
Oh my gosh. Not bothering to wait for a response. What I can only assume to be Rose's dad barges into the dining room. It's like watching an avalanche of scales descend towards me in slow motion.
Puppy!
だが、ソメヤはその条件を守ることができなかった。やめろ。やめてくれ。キリュウさん、あなたがソメヤに殺されてやらなかったせいです。やめろ。
This is so. These guys not. It's like, oh, Kiryu. If you we're gonna kill you. We're gonna kill you, and then after you're done, we're done with killing you, we're gonna go after your family. Kiryu wins the fight. Oh, Kira, you should have just you should have just died. Now this guy's family has to. This is all on you. This is your fault. These guys are assholes. Say, oh, did you see what you did, Kiryu? Now I gotta kill her too. Fuck these guys. Let's run the other side. Oh! Is this the ladder, Nick? I mean, not? Is this the ladder?
Yes.
Oh, let's go! Let's go! Hold on. We're about to have peak gameplay here. It's the ladder!
It was supposed to be a long, very long fight, so this was supposed to be where it's very tense. So this is like wind down after that.
Yeah, she's singing!
Also, it's meant to hide the transition between one area and the other.
Oh, I'm trying to. Oh my gosh! No! Is this actual legit karma happening to me? I was just joking. No! Wait! This is actual karma happening to me for being mean to my teammates. What the fuck? Sound.
You want me to spell it out for you?
Jesus. Did you write this, Nick? Woman.
Nothing clip that moment. I want you. Hold on, I can clip it. I can do it.
Woman moment, Nick. She's angry at us when we're with her, and she's angry at us when we're not with her. Oh, and he's watching from the distance. No, oh my gosh, no! No! Haruto's taking his first steps as Kiryu walks away! Ah! No! Oh my gosh!
I see the earth.
Oh, is this how he's gonna blow up? Wait! Oh. Okay.
He became Imhotep from the Mummy Ride.
Well, that wasn't your typical, Power Rangers boss explosion. Okay. Oh, yes! Wait! Wait, never mind! Yes! Yes! Oh! Oh, yes! Let's go! Never mind, Nick! I changed my mind. I love Ken. Never mind. Ken Penders. Mati! The voice from outer heaven! Yes! We're getting fucking super echidna ancient civilization! Yes! Oh! Never mind, Nick. This is all good now. It only took us. Hold on. Like what is this? This is the 18th stream we've done reading Archie Sonic. It took us 18 streams. But we're finally at the fucking ancient echidna civilization! Yes! Oh! But instead... That's a great mindset. Well, whatever. You know, fuck her. She's stupid, you know? Come on. She thinks she's non-binary. Please, huh? Come on. Look at I got a hot Latina girlfriend. You know, trans rights? What's that? I don't know. Gosh, she's overreacting. What's she gonna do? Shoot up a school? Great going. This is I know this is going great because immediately he just goes, who cares about her? I still got Rosa. Nothing can take her away from me. I can't wait for that to horribly age. Who knows? Oh my gosh, Don Quixote not! Yes!
Yeah. Don Quixote.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Bum bum ba 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 bum.
I've seen 1, 3, 4, and 5. I liked 1 the best.
The first Mission Impossible?
Yeah, it was an actual spy movie rather than just an action movie with a spy theme.
Oh. I still like all the Mission Impossible movies.
I mean, I liked them, but I said I just liked 1 the best.
Alright. Well. Yeah, alright. Cool. Anyways, how do we sound?
So Ninjato, I got the wedding skins.
Nice.
They actually make like wedding music when you use your abilities.
That is funny.
Are you guys talking about Marvel Rivals again?
Yes.
Okay. No one escapes Marvel Rivals when you two are around.
All right, Changus.
No. Yeah. No. You keep pressuring me. I'm not gonna. The less inclined I'm gonna play it. Less likely I'm gonna play it. If you keep pushing me. Besides, I got other stuff. I got other stuff I want to play first, before. So yeah. So, not yet. I don't want to do Marvel Rivals. Not yet. If you're gonna pressure me like that.
I didn't ask you anything. Why are you assuming such things?
I don't know. It sounds like you want me to play Marvel Rivals. And so, like, and we're talking about Marvel Rivals.
I didn't say that.
Well, I'm just saying, we're talking about Marvel Rivals, and, you know, you're saying, alright.
Oh, shit, Scarlet Witch is gonna fucking kill my ass.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, shit, I lifted that. Oof.
Oh! Oh, my gosh. Oh, my nose. Yowzers. Oh. I should probably take, like, an allergy pill or something. Afterwards, because my allergies are starting to act up again, and it's getting really annoying. Ooh, it's getting really annoying. This is why I don't like spring. Spring sucks. Now fall, that's nice. Fall's nice. Spring, no. Spring sucks.
It's not spring anymore.
Well, then I don't know. Well, no, hold on. It's not exactly summer yet either. Summer, technically, still spring. Summer doesn't really start until, I think, like, July? I think around like, July, that's when summer technically starts. So, hold on, let me look this up. Let me look this up. When does summer start? Mid-June. I was off by 1 month. But we're still in May. It's still May, so it's technically still spring. All right. So, just said, actually, actually, it is spring. So, summer doesn't start until June.
So Ninjato, you know we're getting future Foundation skins.
Nice.
Future Foundation.
Yeah, that's so there was a time where Johnny Storm was dead, of course.
All right.
But so the Fantastic Four rebranded as known as the Future Foundation, and Spider-Man joined them as part because Johnny, they were best friends, best frenemies, and
Right.
Last Will and Testament is he requests that Spider-Man takes his place in the team.
Okay. Nice.
Did you see Namor's X-Men skin?
Yeah, it's
like the.
Wait, Namor's an X-Men now?
I get like it's.
Technically,
Really?
he had been.
Look, you can look it up. He has an X-Men skin.
Namor X-Men.
He had been.
Marvel Rivals Namor X-Men skin.
Huh.
Yeah, so in the comics, he has been technically labeled as an X-Men for a while.
He has?
Really?
Really?
Yeah, back in the day when back in the day in the late 2000s, my favorite decade.
Yes. I know how much you love talking about the late 2000s.
That time period. So when Cyclops brought them into the island of Utopia.
Okay.
From San Francisco Bay, which used to be Asteroid M. He and Namor. He basically negotiated Namor into an alliance, and then it's revealed that Namor is technically a mutant.
I'll be honest. I don't like. I like the skin, but I don't care for the fact that that they made him a mutant.
Okay.
They did. Yep, they did. And then he's just been occasionally hanging out with the X-Men once in a while. He was part of the Phoenix Five during, the wonderful event of Avengers versus X-Men. That wonderful
So that's
story.
why he was part of the Phoenix, because he was a mutant at that time.
He is still considered a mutant. It was a...
I'm 616 Namor. Okay. Why is his last name Mackenzie? you got Mr. Namor.
I think that's
Waterman.
like his. So essentially, his origin story is the same as Aquaman, except he was raised in Atlantis instead of on the human world.
Okay.
So one of his parents is human, and the other one is Atlantean. Except as opposed to Arthur, who grew up, with his dad on the sea, so he learns a little bit of humility. Namor basically got everything he wants.
Oh, born as a hybrid mutant son of human ship captain Leonard and Atlantean princess Fen. So was his dad got a recessive mutant gene that was just dormant until Namor was born?
Yep.
Okay. Hey, Leonard, guess what? Turns out you had dormant mutant genes in you this whole time. Good job, buddy. Your son's technically a mutant, I guess.
Or it just mutates spontaneously.
I
because
don't know
mutation.
I don't know what counts as mutant in Marvel anymore. I don't know. Like, cause sometimes they'll say that you gotta be born with as one, but then like they'll say like, oh, but Deadpool technically not, cause he wasn't born as one. So like, what's the qualification? What makes you a mutant nowadays? Man, I don't care. I don't really care about the X-Men that much. I'm gonna be honest. Mutant shit's just getting confusing. I don't know what's going on. He's just a mutant now. Sure. Hey, buddy, you're a mutant. Oh wow, jeez, thanks. Okay then. So sure. I don't know why.
Like anything special? No.
What's your mutant power? What's my mutant power? You breathe underwater. Anything else?
No. His mutant power would be that he can breathe in the air.
No, he could breathe. What's my mutant power? You breathe.
And also, he probably has that winged feet thing. and like.
So the wing feats his mutation.
Part of it, probably. I don't know.
Okay, sure.
I didn't look up stuff about Namor of all the shenanigans he gets himself into.
Man, I don't know what's even. I don't even know what goes on anymore with Marvel. I don't even know what's going. What are they even doing right now? Like,
Who cares?
Dr. Doom is in charge of the world right now. He has given free healthcare. He has given free healthcare and education to everyone.
Oh my gosh!
And he.
Whoa! And they called Doom a bad guy. Wow.
And and he's making all the nations not fight each other, like so there's peace on Earth, except if you're a superhero. He's
okay. Unless you're a hero.
And especially the Fantastic Four, he's doing some shenanigans with them, I think.
Oh, okay.
Because it's Dr. Doom.
Right. Ooh, it's Doom. Okay then.
Look, he can't. Even though he managed to become Sorcerer Supreme and took over the entire world, he still has that inkling to screw.
All right.
Screwed Richards.
I mean, screw you, Richards, you bastard! How dare you? Oh, it's me. Oh. Oh my goodness. Alright. Hold on, let me take a sip of tea now. Come here. Oh, that's nice. Alright. Oh man, Nick, I'm sorry, not Ninja. Nick has been gone for some bit. Hope he's okay. Come back, Nicholas. Come back. You son of a bitch. Dinner? Is he having dinner? Oh.
Somehow somehow Namor is a mutant in this game, and not Scarlet Witch.
Wait, Scarlet Witch is not a mutant?
Nope.
Oh yeah, they retconned that out too. They retconned that one out.
What is she then? If she's not a mutant, what is she?
Power.
Just some magic powered woman?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll be honest, I'm just ignoring that.
Is Quicksilver still a mutant or no?
No.
He's not in the game.
But
he's not in the game, but in current comics, no, he's not a mutant.
He's not, so even he's not a mutant anymore. Okay. Oh,
Yeah,
You
okay,
think they
then.
would retcon that once they got Fox back?
Well, I'm looking.
Oh, they sort of did, sort of didn't.
Here we go. Here we go. Quicksilver 616. Wait, so then, wait, but that just, man, I don't understand the Brotherhood of the Mutants anymore. Why they call themselves the Brotherhood of Mutants, but like it just seems so far, so many people in that organization are just not mutants. What the hell are they then? what is the point then of calling yourself the Brotherhood of Mutants? Half of your people aren't mutants. Magneto, can I join your Brotherhood? Sure thing. Now, are you a mutant? No, but I do got this. I can do this cool magic trick. You're in.
What
Nice.
Brotherhood?
What Brotherhood? What do you mean?
There's no Brotherhood of Evil Mutants right now.
Man, who fucking cares about X-Men? Who cares about X-Men at this point? Whatever. I don't know. It is what it is. Well, whatever. I don't know. I'm not really interested in knowing more about X-Men at this point, because it just seems so silly. Sure.
How'd you like the Ultron trailer, Ninjato?
They fly now.
Ultron.
They fly now?
They fly now.
Ultron's
They
and Marvel
fly now.
rivals.
So, Ultron is a strategist, which is like the healer support type, but he
Oh, he's
can
a
fly.
support
He
character?
flies. But he flies,
Okay.
which means, oh boy, that's gonna be a pain in the neck.
Huh.
I
What
can't
was-
wait till we get 2 more flying characters, then we can have a flying team.
Oh my goodness, that's gonna wreck. They're gonna.
No, that would be a game mode. Get a special
Also-
map with all the flying characters.
Also, they're making Ultron the real DPS strategist.
Okay. What does that mean?
So, DPS.
He's a strategist, but
damage.
he just has a bit. He does a bit more focus on
His kit has a lot more damage options.
Okay. So, what's the deal with this version of Ultron?
So essentially, in this chronoverse, in the 2099 timeline, where the X-Men are currently located, Emma Frost invites Doctor Doom to Krakoa to have the Hellfire Gala.
Okay.
Ultron gets a wing of how Doctor Doom is planning to use the time stream to wipe his existence out because Doctor Doom predicts that Ultron is going to cause a problem.
Ah. Okay.
And Ultron proceeds to cause the problem by invading Krakoa. And he took over the colony up in Mars and basically converted it into an Ultron factory.
Okay.
Oh yeah, by the way, the X-Men technically has a Mars colony.
Sure. You know what? Why not? Why not? Sure. Yeah, they have a colony. Why not?
But the reason Ultron invaded Krakoa was to hack into Cerebro because apparently
Cerebro is now on that colony. They just moved it.
Yeah, because he tries to take Cerebro so that he can control all the mutants. We lost Nick. But based on how the matches go, you either kill him before he gets a Cerebro, but because of some shenanigans, he gets born into a mutant.
Wait, what? Ultron.
Yeah, Krakoa has those resurrection.
What?
Yeah, that's like one of the paths. The
How does-
other path is that
How does a
he
robot
manages
become
to-
a mutant?
by hacking into Cerebro. Like, the whole idea is that he hacks into Cerebro. So it's either he...
See, I don't know what the fuck counts as a mutant nowadays. What? That's right. The robot is a mutant, but long time
it's
favorite
not like it's
Quicksilver and Wanda.
He turns himself.
Yeah, no, oh,
Genghis. He turns himself into a mutant
so
by
again,
hacking into Cerebro.
okay. But again,
Because Cerebro is tuned.
like I thought you had to like be born as a mutant to be considered one. I don't know the qualifications anymore.
Essentially, the genetics. Do you have the X gene somehow? Yes? Good. You're a mutant.
Okay.
So,
Okay then.
And plus, like, this is like crazy comic book science that, oh yeah, you can hack into Cerebro because the other thing that they were afraid of is that, oh, he hacks into Cerebro. He now has full control of Cerebro, which means he can use it to control all the mutants in the world.
Oh no. Not the mutants. How could he? That dastardly bastard. Oh my gosh. Oh. Okay. So what's this? Okay, but what is this Ultron's backstory? Is it like just the same as the comics? It's just the same?
Yeah.
Okay. So he still has
Marvel Rival.
He still has his daddy issues.
There's a few characters they change up a bit, but most of it is like the current comics.
Okay. So he still has his daddy issues over over Scott making him. Okay.
Probably the only difference is that they're gonna change it to Tony, but
Oh, so they're gonna change it like to like match the movies.
I'm guessing that that's my only guess if they're gonna change the backstory.
Okay, so
It
now
would be more in line with the movies.
okay, so now he's gonna have daddy issues with Tony. Okay. All right. Well, it is what it is. Okay. Oh, hold on, yeah. Oh shit, Nick is just in general offline. Uh-oh. Hold
Something
on.
must have happened.
Hold on here. I got like his hold on here, let me DM him. I could probably see this on his phone or something. Let me see. Hold on. Ooh. Alright. Nicholas, what's going on? Answer me! Okay. Alright. Oh, excuse me. Wow, I'm gassy. Gosh. Ugh. So that's the. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah. I don't know. I don't. Oh yeah. It's just this is me complaining about mutants. I don't know what a fucking mutant is anymore. You're a mutant. She's a mutant. They're a mutant. And anyone else here I should know who's now considered a mutant? And the robot raises his hand. Yeah, sure. Why not? Okay. And then, meanwhile, you, Magic Lady. Yeah, you're not a mutant anymore. Get the fuck out. Oh.
Yeah, we changed her backstory. We changed her backstory so you're not the daughter of.
Oh, she's not even Magneto's daughter anymore.
Yep, that's how they did it.
Oh wow. Oh, okay. She's not even his daughter anymore.
Yeah, they kind of. Yeah.
Okay.
I don't.
You know what?
His name isn't even fucking Eric. It's Max Eisenhart.
Wait, his
Not-
name.
was
Wait,
it
what?
Eric-
They changed Magneto's name? Hold on, I'm looking this up. Magneto 616.
All right, it's supposed to be like Eric
Max
Leisure.
Eisenhart?
Yeah, that's the thing.
When did this change happen?
I don't know. It's Marvel Comics.
Eric Magnus Lyncher?
Yeah, that's his.
That's
the name
It's
he's going.
it's a Jewish name.
Yeah.
And they decided to change it to Max.
I know it was a Polish shoe. Oh, it's still funny.
Jew! Oh gosh! Oh, did you hear that? Oh, you know, actually, real quick. Speaking of Jews, did you hear Kanye now said he's no longer he's no longer anti-Semitic again?
I don't trust him.
That guy. I think he went through another round of doing meds.
You know what? You know what? To be fair, maybe he's not on. Maybe he still hasn't taken his meds. He just saw another movie where a Jewish actor was really good. So it's like, oh shit, damn.
He must have seen another. What was it? Actually, Jonah Hill movie.
Yeah, no, another Jonah Hill. He saw.
He saw 22 jump. He saw what was it? 23 Jump Street.
Yeah,
the
next Jump
Watch the
Street
sequel.
movie. he watched 22 Jump Street with Jonah Hill and Channing Tatum. It's like, oh man, you know that Jonah Hill, funny as shit, man. Gosh, you know what? I never mind, guys.
watched it.
Jews are actually pretty cool now.
He goes out and he watches a Seth Rogen movie and he's like, I'm sorry, I have to be racist again. I watched Seth Rogen.
It's like, damn it, Seth Rogen made me anti-Semitic again. How dare he? Yeah, it's just really funny. They're like, yeah, no, it's just he's just going around like flip flopping. Say, you know what, guys, I'm no longer anti-Semitic, and then literally the next day, you know, as soon as he forgets to take his medication, kind of just go, so guys, hear me out. Maybe we were too harsh on Hitler. It's like, oh my gosh, Kanye, please, buddy, take your medication, take your meds. I swear. You know what? Oh, you know what? I hoped, you know what just happened? If the people behind the Marvel comics were smart, they would have Kanye appear in their comics and he'd be anti-mutant.
Kanye would be the Red Skull too.
Exactly, but he'd be also anti-mutant. It's like you know, yeah, the Red Skull, he has some good points, but especially those, but I'm talking specifically those mutants, man. Ooh, man, no, there's
you know what's funny? I've heard that I know of I haven't read them, but I know of comics where Red Skull and Magneto don't like each other at all.
Oh, that's great.
It's because Magneto is a Polish Jew and
Yeah.
Red Skull is a literal Nazi.
He's a little Nazi. So,
Yeah,
no, I don't think
why
they
do
would
you
ever
hate
get.
me, you know?
I find it funny when there's kids books and they just have all the bad guys teaming up and it's
I know.
Red Skull next to Magneto.
There's just Red Skull. You know what? We need a new X-Men cartoon. Disney, get your game on. We need a new X-Men cartoon, and we have Magneto. And there's just an episode where Magneto has a team with Red Skull, and he's just super uncomfortable the whole time. Magneto! Very good to see you again.
Guten Tag.
I hope we can work well together. Da? And Magneto's just looking at Red Skull like, oh, I don't like you. Yeah. You know what, and then you know what, Marvel Rivals. What they should do is if they are gonna do like Professor X or something, he should have the Holocaust beam as like his like.
He's gonna be the walking Professor X. We've seen statues of him
Oh
in
no!
the Mutant Island. I know.
I wanted him in the fucking bumper car. Damn it!
Yeah, unfortunately, they're doing modern comics. That's.
I mean, I mean, to be fair, I guess Walking Charles would be better for like the overall game, like, because then they don't have to really worry
but you'll
about...
get so much less skins.
Yeah, I know, but like it's. But
You can get hover Charles, you get wheelchair Charles, you get.
You get...
I imagine you'll just get one with him and like when he's. I imagine they'll just get like. There's just. There's not many skins you can do with Professor X.
He just comes in with what is it? I
don't think they're gonna do Professor X.
I hope they don't.
If they do Professor X, man, I'm not gonna really care unless he's in the bumper car, because I think it's just.
Fuck you, Spider-Man.
Oh, what did Peter do to you?
Oh no, I killed him before he was able to get to his health pack.
Oh, okay. Oh, you know what? He could also, you know what? If they have wheelchair Magneto, he could also be in that weird ass like stone hover chair thing from Days of Future Past. Whatever that chair was. And then in the alternate bad future, there is no use for wheels, so he just floats around on a chair. Ooh. It's perfect. So yeah.
For the X-Men characters, Rogue, Gambit, Cyclops, Iceman, and Nightcrawler, I think would be the most interesting ones to bring in.
They have a movie skin for Cyclops, so now you can officially play as James Marsden in the game. That's right, guys. We're officially in a Marvel game. You can now play as Sonic's dad.
Have you seen that trailer with Sebastian Stan advertising the Thunderbolt skin?
No, I haven't.
He's like hi chat. I'm here to advertise. I'm here to go and watch the new Thunderbolts
really?
movie and get this Marvel skin. And I'm gonna say the
hold on. I'm looking
the line armed and dangerous.
Oh my gosh, there he is.
Again.
Wow, it's just all right. He's there. Yeah, that's just Sebastian Stan.
listen to him talk.
Hold on. Let me take a listen here.
Hey, chat, Sebastian.
Yeah, he says the ultimate line of
Wait. Does he say it like really dispassionately?
Yeah.
Hold on. Wait.
Armed and dangerous. Again.
Armed and dangerous. Again.
He sounds so dispassionate. Armed and dangerous.
Yeah, I know.
Again.
Again.
He's armed and dangerous. Again. You know what? If
I hope they're never gonna do it, but for the Thunderbolt skin, they should add in that line.
Yeah, it's just Sebastian Stan, and he just says it as dispassionately, just armed and dangerous.
Armed and dangerous.
Again. Again. It's great. Oh, that's amazing. That's fantastic.
Say that again.
Say it again. Come on, Sebastian Stan. Say the line. Armed and dangerous. Yeah!
Again. Yeah.
Yeah. That was it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Nick has not responded back. So hold on. Hold on. I have his number. I'm gonna text him. Hold on. Good news. Here, I got his number. I'm gonna text him and see if everything's good on his end. I'm in danger.
Again.
Again. Oh, that's great. Yeah, we should have just, you know what? Just have Sebastian Stan be the Winter Soldier and everything, and just says everything as
Like that.
dispassionate.
He gets to redub all of his movies
exactly
to
There's you know how he's gonna show up like in like the latest like Avengers cartoon. There's the Winter Soldier, guys. We even got Sebastian Stan himself. Hey guys, it's me, the Winter Soldier. Bucky, please, you're my friend. You're not my friend.
You're my mission.
That'd be great. Oh, that would be perfect, honestly. When was even the last Avengers cartoon? What even was the last time they did like Avengers cartoon?
I think was it Avengers Assemble, or did they make one after that?
Yeah, let me just check. I think it is. I think it's still going on.
Assemble is still going
Avengers
on?
Assemble?
Really?
I think so.
Here, let me look this up. Avengers Assemble.
No, it ended in 2019. Okay.
Oh, okay. Then 2019. Okay, then. Oh, I guess the last season was all about Black Panther. Okay. Huh.
Snooze. Black Panther.
You don't really care about Black Panther?
No, not at all.
We already went to talk about it.
Alright.
I just can't get into Black Panther.
Hold on, let's see. Is there any cartoon Avengers cartoon currently out? Or no? Wow, really? They're not even they just gave up on Avengers cartoons? Wow.
Like the only ones that are going on right now, and it's only as a subsidiary, is Spidey and his friends.
Uh-huh.
That's a young children's cartoon. Let's not count that.
And then Moon Girl Double Dinosaur for Disney Plus, which ended this year.
Oh, it ended this year. Okay. So that's it, really? Just no more cartoons?
Yeah.
Wow.
Other than X-Men 97 and
yeah,
and
but
other stuff.
Yeah, but X-Men 97 isn't really like I'm talking about like a like Assemble, like a cartoon made for kids. Like none of that. Because like X-Men 97 was like, wasn't that like for
I'm gonna switch to my phone. I'll be back in a second.
Alright. Because 97 was a continuation of the 90s animated show, but like wasn't this also for like a more like mature audience? Because this is for the people who grew up on that show.
Yep.
So, damn, just nothing for kids. Wow. Okay. Thanks, Disney. Very, very, very cool. Sure. Alright.
Oh, my microphone is off. Wait, what? What did I come back to?
No, I'm just saying there's just no Marvel show for kids right now at the moment.
There's nothing for kids right now.
There's nothing for kids.
Yeah, we might as well just get into my topic since we're about like.
Yeah, speaking of Dean Damon.
Yeah, speaking of kids.
Yeah.
Dean Kamen, onto you, Ninjato.
Yeah. So I'm gonna just rant about it. Okay. So we have to go back to another incident involving another franchise.
Oh.
I had a conversation with a friend about Andor.
Oh. Andor.
And this whole thing started is because in the show there was a little bit of a continuity hiccup that was introduced in Andor, where so apparently in the show Rebels there was an episode where the Ghost Crew, the main characters, helped a Gold Squadron or whatever, a group of rebel pilots escort Mon Mothma out of Coruscant to help her escape from the Senate, right? And in that episode, she makes like generic speech, blah blah blah.
All right.
Andor adds a little bit of addendum to it at the beginning.
Okay.
Where it basically sets up a scenario where Cassian Andor has to go in to help to be the one who directly.
I'm back. I had to take care of some. I didn't even know I got disconnected while I was out.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
I even texted you, Nick, because like you were gone for a bit. It's like, oh, well, it's okay.
Yeah. All right. So in the show Andor, season 2, Mon Mothma makes a speech
you got my
to
vote.
the Senate.
Oh, thank you, Nick.
I was thinking of nominating him, but like, I don't want it. I don't feel like nominating at the moment. But like, I'm glad you did.
I'll be honest, I just nominated him because.
Recency bias.
Yeah, fuck it, he's on my mind. So.
I mean, yeah, I would have done the same reasons.
Yep. Okay. So back on topic. So in the show Andor, Andor has to go and grab Mon Mothma after she makes a speech in the Senate related to the events of the previous episode, which was this big massacre that happened.
Oh, okay.
That the Imperials did. Okay, and a couple of major characters die in that. It's like this big moment in the season. And there's a little bit of a hiccup, but anyway. So the continuity error is that she was giving 2 speeches on the same day, and during the creator goes where he talks about like, well, politicians have multiple speeches per day. He's using, he is being very kind, but then another of his writers basically said this bleeping speech in meaning the one in Rebels. And so my friend, who is a fan of Andor and is basically get the argument, it's like, well, yeah, the speech is better than in Andor is better than the one for Rebels.
Okay.
And then I just said, well, one is going to be better than the other because one is more for adults and the other is for kids. And guess what he said?
What?
Kids deserve better.
Okay.
And that I have kind of gone to it kind of activated something in my brain, right?
Yeah.
Something that I have been so annoyed because the adults who keep spouting that is part of the reason why we have the cartoon landscape that we have for kids.
Okay.
Like if you want to connect it to like the death of Cartoon Network, to a parent today, Nicktoons got canceled and now it's a rerun for SpongeBob on it. I can partially blame this attitude because what my friend meant by, kids deserves better is more of the objectivity elements, right?
Okay.
Consistent plot,
good
writing, all that stuff. But what most people, when they did that, they kind of used, like, I'm thinking of, like, when I first started was nostalgia critic when he talks about how like kids are smart. Like you can throw in some complicated stuff in there. And then I looking back in the past 15 years.
Yeah.
10 to 15 years and looking at the cartoons in there, and you either right now you either have mostly comedies
right
for kids, but and what I mean by kids, I'm not talking about the young kids, the young ones.
Yeah,
I'm talking about the elementary school age. Elementary school to middle school,
right.
And right now in the content, in terms of what was available during that time, that age range has never been served up.
Okay.
In terms of providing that, it was neither providing, and I would blame that attitude because some of the cartoons that tried to be adult, like Adventure Time and like Gravity Falls, more at Adventure Time, I'm gonna throw this under the bus, is that they kind of introduce like ideas, adult themes, like that are way that just feels like they were like the millennials adults who were struggling with these ideas, and they decided to put them onto a kids show. And thinking is like, hey, it's an adult idea, and they turned kids' cartoons into appealing to other adults. And not like appealing to adults like you know how like some films put in like adult humor or like some ideas to appeal to adults of parents to the kids, so that the kids can enjoy all the goofy fart jokes and all that stuff, but the adults can have some jokes that are aimed at them.
Right.
No, this is more of like, I have like these ideas, but I'm gonna just use the medium of a kid show to talk about my adult ideas. And therefore ignoring, in a sense, the main audience. And like, you have like an Adventure Time where you have like some existential ideas going on, and and then they partially treat some of that as a joke. Gravity Falls has some of that elements, but like the one episode with Seuss and the dating game, right?
Oh, okay.
Susan the Real Girl. I think that's the episode name.
Yeah, the one where the kind of male loneliness and AI on that one.
I don't think that's really what they were going for, mostly because that was something that's something you could look back on in retrospect, considering what.
Yeah, I
now.
would look at that's more of a retrospect thing, but I just think of like that one. I am not, when I say like Gravity Falls has some of it, but some of it would fall under a category of, it is partly like that horror, trying to be Twin Peaks but still kid friendly aspect, because some of both Adventure Time and especially Adventure Time having really grotesque visuals that I did notice with some other shows that just appeared upon. I was like, you didn't even imply of a death or like something gory happened. You just straight up having a gore factor.
I don't really remember gore in Adventure Time.
I didn't watch too much Adventure Time, so I wouldn't know.
I don't
Which
remember anything.
episodes
I
that'd
don't
be in.
really remember anything gory.
I I've seen a lot of Adventure Time. There's not really anything like overtly violent.
I mean, the most gore I've seen in like a kids cartoon is technically kids cartoon is Young Justice, and that's like a nosebleed.
Until you get to season 3 on that one.
Yeah, but that doesn't count. That was streaming years later. Kind of changed it.
Yeah, I have seen some.
I'll give here's the thing I want to add in Adventure Time. The show went on for literally 10 years, so it literally grew up with its audience. Someone starting 10 years old would be 20 by the end, so it's like the reason it obviously like you see like these more mature ideas is because the audience who was watching it was growing as it aired.
Wait, that was a lie. The worst I've seen in a cartoon was that episode of Gargoyles when shit, I'm forgetting her name. The police detective Elisa was shot.
The gun safety one.
Yeah, the gun safety episode, but that I don't really think that counts. It's just kind of a gun safety thing.
I mean,
look, and when I'm talking about gore, I grew up with like one of my hard memories is a Captain Planet episode about gang violence where the Planeteers goes into another planet, and I see a whole family getting massacred and blood on the floor.
Don't forget the AIDS episode.
And the AIDS episode. Yeah, Captain Planet, like there are
teenager gets HIV.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Wait, Nick, hold on now. I gotta ask, did that episode also have like a Family Guy song warning you about AIDS?
No,
but they treat the kid like a social pariah.
The counselor went through basically a whole spiel about how you get HIV in detail.
Wow.
Yeah, like
in Captain Planet's defense, it is a educational cartoon.
Yeah, it's meant to be educational.
I don't know how.
But even then, in my opinion, it was not good educational because, okay, so here's the thing about when I'm talking about adult themes and stuff is like, kids are smart, but the problem is that,
children are enigma.
No, it's not. It's like they can be very smart. But the thing is that it's how you present information.
Okay.
Right? And I'm doing this, like one of the things, working with kids, children's ministry at my church. I'm trying to think about it, is that they can latch onto complex idea, but you have to simplify it. In a way that they understand it, right?
Yeah.
The biggest example, and of course when I was brought up, like the first cartoon when I was talking with my friend about it, it was Avatar: The Last Airbender. And the thing that Avatar could get away with all the complex themes it can have it was in a simple format.
Aang, you need to kill the Fire Lord. I shan't! You must!
Well, yeah, and then like you have like but you also have like
for example, this is a place in a nut house.
Yeah, but also like it was in a format of an action cartoon, so it had to follow action cartoon rules, and which also means that they can't just simply try to delve into like there's some limitations where they have to be simplistic in how they explain stuff. Like you see how they handle prejudice in Avatar Airbender versus Korra, where Korra has a more complex theme about prejudice, while Airbender is a similar theme, but it's done more simply. And as a kid's show, right?
Yeah.
And Airbender is a lot better. Is even today considered more of a masterpiece. While Korra is just like the disappointing sequel.
Granted, there's a lot of factors in why Korra's inferior, but
Yeah,
I
yeah, of
digress.
course. There's a lot of factors, but we're talking about the end product. Like, the end product, people were disappointed. I'm just like, and there's like another thing that I'm like complaining about is like, where are the action cartoons? Like, Nick, before you came up, before I started my segment, Chengas asked, "Hey, is there an Avengers cartoon on?" Guess what?
We were talking about it. The last like actual like Avengers cartoon that came out was Avengers Assemble. Oh hey Ray.
And the one that was even current. So the only current Marvel superhero ones, right? That I could even consider appropriate for kids in some sense. Moon Girl, Devil Dinosaur, even though that one does have like an episode involving periods. As a plot point.
I think, well, show's meant for.
That's like
the show's targeted towards girls, right? So.
Yeah.
I guess the context is what age range?
She is supposed to be like 12 and 13.
So that's
I guess considering that's when that would start happening.
Yeah, that's usually around the time girls get.
It's like that's
listen. We gotta ask Serena. Serena's the expert in like girls action cartoons.
Well,
ask her.
Serena will be the judge of whether this is okay or not. That's it. Hey guys, I'm just saying.
No.
Guys, I'm just saying. Maybe we should let a woman speak for once.
Oh.
I'm just gonna guess that would not be.
Damn it, she's not online. Damn, I was actually.
So just DM her. DM her opinion about it.
All right, hold on. Have I even DM'd her before?
But anyway, so back on like.
Oh, I have.
So that, and the only current cartoon is for the younger kids, Spidey and Friends. None. There is absolutely none, I would say, that is like a new cartoon for the kids to enjoy. And that is part me annoyed, and like I get it. We're no longer in the age of action cartoons that I grew up in where every show was an action cartoon. Like, I'm fine with that, and it's like, but come on, we've been like nearly 15 years with mostly comedies with a few adventure cartoons, but... And then, in these comedy shows, right, then they put in adult ideas in these comedy shows that the kids seems to be more geared towards adults.
What are you talking about, Ray? You didn't know you were cucked. Who cucked you, Nick? Jeez. Who?
I think.
Damn, Nick, what happened? You want to talk about it?
He made a suggestion to let a woman speak.
Oh, okay.
And then he's making a joke about it.
Oh, okay. Alright. Yeah, right, okay, now, yeah, alright. What was I gonna say, though? I was gonna mention something. Oh yeah, I was gonna also, I kind of forgot to mention it, but also like back to the whole like violence, gore thing. I just remember, like, you could always just get away with all that shit, as long as it's not a human.
As long as it's robots.
Yeah, as long as it's
weird alien
a robot.
bugmen.
As long as it's a robot, you can do whatever you want. Hey Nick, you remember in Transformers: Dark of the Moon where they weren't even though they weren't even like energon anymore. It was just straight up like fucking blood.
Yeah.
I remember TMNT 2012 when they got the foot ninja robots.
Oh
They
yeah.
just cut through those.
No, there's no longer normal people. They're robots, so you can do whatever you want with them.
Also, like technically the tentacle finale episode about the Mad Max one had like Casey's skull in it.
Oh yeah. Okay, but that was pretty funny though.
That was Casey Jones. He gets it
2012 really got away with a lot.
Yeah, they really did. But it's by the way, you know.
Oh yeah,
Casey
and
would
they
want
did
his-
a horrific body transformation. But to be fair, they did it mostly in the silhouette format where you don't see the horror.
There's also the ooze. You know, they're like, you know, just covered in ooze. And so, like, you know, they just all of a sudden pop out of a vat of ooze, and all of a sudden there's a giant monster. We saw Splinter legit die. Oh yeah, that's right.
And I gotta restart my computer.
Ah, okay.
But like, I'm not saying that like I am not being like a carrot say like, oh, we shouldn't have like all this content, but it's like I think partly people are just using. I don't think we as a entertainment culture is really caring about making entertainment for that demographic. And for me it really has like a downhill effects about our culture because the millennial attitude in there, a lot of the stereotypes about millennials they put into their shows, like the Tumblr cartoons that some people rant about, then has influences the next generation to make their own cartoons when they get into the creative, and I doubt that it's gonna be any better. And it's just gonna be
Oh.
It's like
Oh, okay.
I'm just trying to formulate my thoughts with my tiredness. Like I did go over some of it with some friends yesterday about it. I'm just partly it's just like they don't make cartoons like they used to. Like again, old man screaming at Claus like,
yeah.
Back in my day.
Back in my day, we are cartoons made for kids.
That were good, like with action cartoons that gives you like good moral, that did the moral teaching that people want. Like when one of the points of children's cartoons is one, entertainment. Like two, advertising, right?
Buy our toys. Buy our toys.
Buy our toys. Yeah.
Yeah, that's also a big problem. I think that's what's the issue with action cartoons. No kids buy toys. The kids don't buy toys.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, but okay. I could talk about the whole toys angle stuff, but that's gonna just. I feel like that's like its own separate thing.
Yeah, that's more of like a cultural. That's partly a cultural thing where parents are just giving them the tablet to be their toy.
Yeah.
But anyway, and then the third one is theoretically to teach moral lessons about how to be a good person in our modern society, right? That's what people and like when they do like analyzing on the cartoons on YouTube, they kind of harp on that is like getting good morals with good characters, all that stuff. And if you teach that with children, you can't just simply bring in like a overly complex morals where there's no straight answer. But as soon as you bring in more complexity, it's like, oh, like I'm thinking of right now Star versus the Voices of Evil on that one where
okay, I've never seen that show, so
you have like, so the premise is like this magical girl from this magical kingdom that fights monsters, aka the forces of evil. She basically gets transferred to the human world.
Yeah, I know.
But
I know.
anyway,
like I know the premise of the show. I just never seen it.
But basically, the later season is like, oh, the people who are classified as the monsters of the forces of evil were not so bad, and oh, that ancestor who uses dark magic that everyone viewed as evil, she's actually very nice.
Oh.
It cuts the Devil May Cry 5, the U.S. government bombing the turban-wearing demons.
That is not Devil May. That is not Devil May Cry 5.
Excuse me. Word slipped. Don't have a cap.
It's the show. The Devil May Cry show.
But this is just there's another cultural issues of bunch of nut jobs hate society. So a bunch of nut jobs have an oversimplified view of our society, where they think because they find faults in our society, get really vindictive, and must think that the thing that our society opposes must be good by default. So they literally go for they literally go for like devils and stuff like that, and try to they literally it's literally simple. It's literally so because they hate our society so much, they literally have some sympathy for the devil, kind of thing.
I would just say is that of most of the creators in Hollywood that have been doing children's cartoon for the last 15 years, including the creator of Adventure Time and Gravity Falls, were or are miserable people.
Oh yeah, that
who
too.
Who have lived lives who did
our
not
ideas
live
aren't
lives
mutually exclusive. Sorry.
Right. Who do not live lives, who had or who did not, or are not living lives that is conducive to making cartoons that would fulfill the third requirement of teaching morals. They teach some form of morals, but it usually gets kind of confused. You get like situations on a lighter end with Gravity Falls with this weird writing quirk where Mabel can get away with some things in the story while Dipper can't, because they want to highlight Dipper of like he has to be the responsible one, but Mabel is doing some similar morally questionable stuff, but the way the show is written, if she learns stuff, it's not as much of a sharp contrast as Dipper.
Well, the thing is with them is that they're very different in personality.
Yeah, I get it. But there is an argument on how the writing treats them differently. Not based on personality, but based on a bias, an authorial a bias of sorts.
I also have to, because I've seen so many like videos ranting about Mabel, and I just gotta go. the fact I just have to bring up the fact she's 12.
Right. That's why I am saying I'm lighter on that. But there are some shows that get like, oh man, right now I'm just reminded of Masters of the Universe Revelations.
See, I don't know about that one counts though, considering that's was
an adult one.
That's an adult show.
Yeah. But it is, Kevin Smith.
That's a whole other can of worms.
Yeah, that's a whole
Kevin Smith.
That's a whole other thing.
I'm finished.
Nick, please don't ever lose weight, because if you do, I'm worried you're gonna end up like Kevin Smith.
Here, Nick. If you lose weight, just get jacked. You'll just
And
be the
bald.
good
Be sure to be bald as well.
Oh my gosh, my sister was getting stuck.
But anyway,
can you lose
that's
weight?
kind of
Ray?
like,
maybe again. Oh well, maybe you'll be different because you're not white. So, last time I checked, Kevin Smith wasn't black, so I think you might be okay, Ray.
I hate to tell you this, Ray. You're black. That means you gotta stay. You either if you're overweight, you gotta stay that way. I don't know why.
Oh damn. Okay.
no, you see, no, he's black. That means he's conservative. That means he has to hate the Jews.
What? What? Am
I'm sorry.
Am I missing something here?
Where's this Jew hatred coming from?
Am I missing something here? What is this about black? Okay.
Oh shit, guys, we got to show Ray some Jonah Hill movies quick.
I know. Ray, please watch 21 Jump Street. Like Jonah Hill, so that way you don't become like Kanye. Hurry, Ray, please.
But he could also be racist to white people, because that's okay.
Yeah. Oh, what was I say?
I pretty much my brain is pretty much like exhausted. My thought. How about you guys?
You could get away with violence, extreme gratuitous violence, as long as they're robots. I don't know why. That's just the rule that society has agreed upon. As long as they're robots, maim them, decapitate them, whatever. They're robots. For some reason,
we need to introduce these kids to some Gunpla.
Kids,
I would say counter argument on that one, Chengus, is that tend to be more for older elementary, like way old, or like middle school.
Yeah, I guess, but like,
especially the way you do it in the tone. Like, if you do it like a Transformers Primes one, like that one is not for.
No, Prime was clearly marketed towards like a more like mature
teenager.
It's like a teen young adult audience, while like you know, like the younger people. That's why they had Rescue Bots airing around the same time, because that was for the younger audience. Rescue Bots is great, by the way.
Also, do you notice every time they try to do like an uber dark show, the next series is almost guaranteed to be super goofy?
Well, that's how you balance it out.
Yeah,
if you have a high, you gotta have a low.
Yeah, you gotta balance it out. It's
unless you're TMNT, where you go from 20. Oh, actually, technically within that series they went lighter. Within 23.
Yeah, Rise after 2012, Rise was a much more lighthearted tone of a show. So.
No, I'm thinking from 2003 to 2012. But then I'm thinking.
2020.
Actually, no.
In the show, they get lighter.
Yeah.
Yeah. But Yeah, but no, what to say? Yeah, you got balance. It's called balancing. You got to balance out. It's like how Zeta Gundam ended on like a oh damn, this is kind of a bummer note. Camille's a fucking potato now, and then you start Double Zeta, and then Judo's just the goofiest guy you've ever seen. So, you know,
he can't keep getting away with this.
You got to balance it out.
Okay. I was shit. I forgot.
Uh-huh.
Who do you guys want to do like not now, but sometime in the future, like we all watch Breaking Bad together. Maybe not like at the same time, but like set up schedules, or like we watch this season this 2 months, and then the next season next 2 months or something.
I gotta watch Better.
Because I've been watching a lot of clips, and I think that'd be fun.
I gotta watch Better Call Saul first. Because that was part of a deal I made. I made.
Tell him to go back. Tell him that you're going back on the deal. You're watching Breaking Bad first.
Can you join us, Ray? Yeah, maybe. Maybe we'll see.
Because I know you've been doing the Breaking Bad game.
Schedule 1. I actually haven't touched that in a bit.
Yeah.
I haven't touched that game in a bit. It's just a simulator thing. It's probably just something I'm gonna play if I haven't thought of anything. Like, I don't know. I don't really feel like doing anything. I guess I'll just fiddle around with that. So, but I haven't really touched it in a bit. So, tell him I altered the deal. Pray you don't alter it anymore. All right.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. This is somewhat related, but just a general observation I made. I don't know. I personally don't understand kids sometimes, because man, kids are generally smarter than you take them for, but at the same time, they can say some of the stupidest shit you've ever heard. It's like, wow. I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that. Goodness gracious.
As I feel like things with like Adventure Time and Gravity Falls, the thing is, I feel like you have like adult themes in there, but I'm gonna be honest, it's nowhere near like Batman the Animated Series with like Mad Love, where you get like a legitimately like where you actually see like a legitimate domestic violence scene happen.
I think also all this type of stuff also just depends on like the stuff you're trying to, like if you're presenting like adult mature stuff, I think it also just depends on like what you're trying to tell, because some there's gonna be some subjects that's just gonna inevitably be like, maybe we shouldn't be showing this to kids just yet. Maybe let them grow up a bit. You know, like if all of a sudden there's a children's show out there dealing with, you know, let's just say, essay assault, then I think that's the point where like, okay, now hold on a second, is this really something we should be, showing kids? I think maybe this type of stuff, let's not just drop it on like a 10-year-old kid who's just there to watch, a cartoon. Maybe not. Let's not do that. I think it also just kind of depends like what you're trying to show them. So stuff like themes like that kind of assault. Maybe don't really show that to a kid. I think that's a little, But then other subjects, depending on what it is, I think would be okay. depending on how you sell. I don't know, like you said, like kids will understand stuff if you like simplify it. Like I don't know, how do you simplify that?
Well,
kind
there's
of
some
stuff?
that you don't. There's some
Like
topics
what,
you don't.
what kind of stuff?
Like assault.
Essay,
that type of
but I
stuff.
would also
Okay. You would have to do a metaphor for it, I guess.
Well, yeah, you can do metaphors, but a couple I did mention existentialism. Any abstract ideas, they have harder time fully understanding, because it's not what you're doing with stuff that is not 100% concrete in a way.
I would say you can't have it on the foreground. You would have to have it in the background. If you want to have it at all, obviously it would have to be for the adults in the room, and it would have to be like, you'd have to do it in a way that's going to go over the kid's head.
Yeah, like think of Avatar: The Last Airbender. You joked about the whole Aang killing the Fire Lord.
You gotta kill the Fire Lord.
Like the conflict is a very deep conflict of a pacifist. How does a pacifist stop like an evil dictator from committing a genocide? Even though he is a person who does not kill, and everyone else is telling him to kill. How to avoid that? The kids will just understand is that if they even watch through the entire show, they understand he's the heroes, and heroes don't usually kill. Kill other beings. And Aang doesn't do that, so that makes him like the hero. So how is he's gonna have to stop this firework when he gets so powerful without killing them? And that helps kids can understand that better. If like you can take adults will understand it in a broader sense, and thus they can make arguments of why the lion turtle thing makes sense. Comprehensive why. With like, the pseudo energy bending and the blah blah blah. But for the kids, they could just understand it as that, the turtle gives them a power, gives them a knowledge of how to defeat the Fire Lord without killing him. Thus proving him he's a hero. So
yeah, I mean that's all what good, all age shows do. It's kids can take it one way and the adults will take it the other way. I mean, kids will take it on face value while the adults will understand the subtext.
Yeah, like you mentioned Mad Love, Nick. Kids will not. Most kids who are not, I repeat, not in a domestic abuse situation, most likely would not get it. Like, I did not get it. I was a kid who actually watched that at one point. I did not get the undertone on that.
Subtext. That is the word we are looking for. It should be it should be, a lot of this stuff should be either metaphors or subtext.
And I think the thing with Adventure Time and Gravity Falls, I think it's almost always subtext. I'm not saying like what you're wrong with certain ideas and stuff. I just think you're using the wrong examples.
Like, they're the ones that are top of my mind. Like, there was like something like Infinity Train, something that shows like, all the deaths on that is like, what the flip is that?
I have not seen. I honestly have not seen Infinity Train.
Counterpoint. Star Wars: The Clone Wars.
Okay.
Well, yeah, even the Star Wars: The Clone Wars is
that's like really for teenagers kind of thing, and it's also
like.
And the thing is, so is Infinity Train.
And that's part of my problem. It's like, so is Infinity Train. It's like, okay, what about the elementary school kids? You're basically saying
the real big issue is the fact that the elementary school kids, they're not watching TV.
Well, nowadays they aren't. They're watching YouTube.
I mean, I know what you're saying. Yeah, exactly. They're watching YouTube and stuff like that. That's why we're not getting like a lot of elementary school themed cartoons.
But we're also not getting a lot of teens. We're only getting adults. And guess what the adults did most of... Basically, the adults who watched these cartoons. And I would just say, we do not live in a culture that encourages people to...
How you wearing shoes
it is
inside?
more...
Are you dumb? Look all the dirt you dragged in.
Hey.
We got... Oh, what's going on here? Why do I got, like, double... Why is Stream Elements telling me double something? I got double the announcement of the same follower. Okay. That's weird. Hey, anything else? Welcome. Hi. We're talking about children's cartoon.
Or just me complaining about it. So.
Well, you know, hey. You work retail? You agree, Ray? Nah.
Yeah. But I just think our culture does not really encourage people to... The consuming habits of our culture is more for commentary on works rather than actual original works. Or even just like most kids watch streams right now. They just watch people who stream video games and stuff. Which is also another problem with video games as well. How is that only Nintendo is the one that...
Yeah, there's not many... Yeah, most of the kid games are from Nintendo.
They're the only company!
Alright, kids. Boot up your PlayStations. Time for you to play Metal Gear Solid. What are you... No, kid. What are you doing playing Mario Kart? No.
I miss the PS2 era.
Yeah, the PS2, like, even the indie games. You would think the indie games would go and pick up the slack on that part, but it's like, oh, I want to make games for kids. No. It's like, yeah, some of them technically could be for kids, like teen rating. But they're mostly marketed towards people who's like, hey, do you like Fire Emblem? Here's more of it!
Well, I've never played Fire Emblem, so...
But you get my point. It's like, hey, you like Call of Duty? Here's...
Here, kid.
Indie Call of Duty.
Play Call of Duty. And now, I need you to... Now, kid, just remember to get your mom and dad's credit card. Alright, now I'll cough up to the $80, download the 100 gigabyte Call of Duty Warzone, and then you gotta download on top of that the new game because it's only compatible if you have Warzone, kid.
Alright, kid, when we get to the part in God of War 3 where you meet Aphrodite, just click the X button to do it.
Just press the X button, kid. Just chill.
Close your eyes.
Video games for children.
Oh, I just found this out. Hassan Piker finally got banned from Twitch.
Oh, that's not gonna last. He'll be back.
Let's see if it let. Oh, he was.
No, it's not gonna last. He'll be
golden
back.
Boy. He'll be back in the day.
Oh yeah, no, 100%.
Last time he got banned, it was 1 day. Quite early.
No, he's gonna return. He's not gone. They're not getting rid of him. He makes too much money for Twitch to get rid of.
Maybe, Cengiz, maybe it'll be 2 days this time.
Oh, true.
No, the only reason he's still around on that platform is because some people...
Hey, just wait until Mr. Beast makes a cartoon.
Oh, who makes a cartoon?
Oh my goodness.
Mr. Beast.
Oh.
And then
He probably
animators
will.
are gonna come out and complain about his working environment.
fucking Smosh at one point made a cartoon?
They did?
They had a whole channel of cartoons.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
There's actually a whole era of where Smosh just kept you know how Smosh used to be just like two dudes doing skits, and that became so much bigger.
Yeah.
With like a whole crew of people doing like a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
I mainly watched it in I mainly watched Smosh games, and then I did some of the regular stuff. But I can't. But then I just fell off of it before it got really big.
So what happened is
really bloated.
So what happened was Smosh, Ian and Anthony made a deal with some guys, and they ended up making Smosh into like a corporation kind of deal.
Yeah.
Where they had to keep making content.
That sounds like
Even though they got two girls to do a show about like animals and stuff like that. Even though that two of them were like, I don't know. This doesn't really interest me.
Yeah.
And one of the things they did a whole like channel for cartoons.
So you're telling me they went public?
They went public.
Yeah, they went public.
You have to. Ian, Anthony. You have betrayed the shareholders.
You betrayed Michael Eisner.
And then
betrayed the shareholders.
And then the company they sold Smosh to went up in flames, so now they're independent.
Okay.
And now they're what they are now.
Yeah.
You still even make skits?
Smosh? I have no idea. Didn't Ian and Anthony come back to Smosh?
Well, Ian was always there, I think. Did he leave?
I know Anthony did like interviews for a long time.
Oh my gosh, SGD, he says there is a Mr. Beast cartoon coming out to sell his toy line. Oh,
what?
But post some pictures of it. Let's
Hasbro. Oh man, Hasbro, you gotta get your game on, man. Mr. Beast is beating you.
What? I was kidding. I was kidding. I didn't want this.
He's actually doing the smart thing too. He's getting it to promote his fucking toys.
There's a link here. Oh wow, look at that. Mr. Beast Lab and Moose Toys.
SCG broke dick.
Shorts.
Where?
Oh, it's on like YouTube. So like, but still.
Okay.
Well, that's where all like that's the big thing now. You know, like you want like you post like your stuff on like YouTube, and for short YouTube videos for kids to just consume through. I mean that's what Transformers is doing now with what is it, Cyberworld? That's what they're gonna do. Cyberworld's just gonna be like a bunch of short YouTube videos for kids to watch, and then they'll be like, oh wow, that was cool. Can I buy hey Grimlock with the Gatling gun tail and he becomes a mech suit? So,
you know what happened to remember Chandler from Mr. Beast?
Chandler?
That's what his name was.
What about him?
He became a fucking Christian YouTuber.
Huh. Good for him, I guess. Good for him.
All right.
I
gotta head out to bed.
Oh, okay.
I'm done. I'm
all right then.
Mr. Beast is gonna come out and be like, last one to leave the call gets $1 billion.
Mr. Beast used to be a Christian until he sold his soul. I don't really care that much about Mr. Beast. I don't know anything personally about him, and I don't know about him being a Christian stuff. All I'm gonna say is my honest opinion. Just generally speaking, I kind of think that if you claim to be religious, but then you like, you know, do stuff that, you know, one would consider not that religious, I don't think they were religious in the first place. Just saying. I don't know. Maybe Mr. Beast was never a Christian to begin with. I don't know. Who? Maybe he was. I don't know. I don't really know. I don't really care that much about Mr. Beast. So. But hey, we get to buy it. We get to buy the Mr. Beast toys now. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, anyway, have a good night, guys.
Have a good night, Ninja.
Good night.
Hey, Chase, check this out.
Okay. Damn, buddy. You know what? You Deuce got his priorities straight. That.
Yep.
Wow, there's only been 6 Tahoos?
8.
8? Oh, we're. Oh, right. Right.
Yeah.
Right. The one that, including the one that I paid $200 twice, so that's $400. Only to now see that it's cheaper on Bricklink for some reason. So it's like, oh wow, gee willikers, wow. So I guess I didn't have to drop the $200. I could have just waited until like several years later till it became cheaper on Bricklink. Thanks.
Oh, you want me to tell you a story, Changus?
Mm.
When I first got my PS5,
Yeah.
I got it from Walmart. It was overpriced to hell. I paid the expensive price for it, and I think I got my money's worth, especially now. Like, you know, hundreds of hours on it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, but right after it arrived, you know how they had like a email queue?
Uh-huh.
I previously put in an email queue, signed up for it.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I just got the exception that I could order a PlayStation from Sony at like what was supposed to be their original market value.
Wow.
You could have been me then.
That's true. It could have been you. You think yes, Ray, but fame turned him into an asshole in your opinion, Ray? Well, okay. Alright, man. I don't know.
Fringe Mr. Beast versus the Chad PewDiePie.
I don't know.
What's he doing anyway these days? He's still
PewDiePie?
like.
I think I don't think PewDiePie has stopped necessarily making stuff. It's just, you know, that's not his main concern anymore. So.
He's dead.
Yeah. Every time every time he needs a little bit more money, he just releases a video.
Yeah. I think he just like makes like videos every now and then. So. Oh yeah, that's right. He also moved to Japan as well. So he makes a bunch of like videos in Japan too. So. There's that. So yeah, PewDiePie's just doing whatever. He's living his life. Deuce got money, so he can easily just live his life. Also, oh man, I didn't get a chance to do this, but just real quick. I just remembered you talking about the fucking Captain Planet AIDS episode. The Captain Planet and the Planeteers come in like a barbershop quartet singing, telling someone they have AIDS.
You have AIDS. Yes,
Yes,
you
you
have
have
AIDS. I
AIDS.
hate to tell you, boy, that you have AIDS.
You got the AIDS. You may have caught it when you stuck
Got it
that
when you
fil-
stuck that
filthy needle in here. Or maybe all the unprotected sex you hear. It isn't clear,
but what that
sir.
matters is
You have AIDS. Yes, you have AIDS, not HIV, but
Not
full-blown
HIV, but full-blown
AIDS.
AIDS.
Be sure that
you
see that this is not
HIV.
HIV. But full-blown AIDS, not HIV, but really full-blown AIDS. I'm sorry, it was something less serious. But it's AIDS. You got the AIDS. Oh man, that guy's really gonna. That man's really gonna cheer up once we tell him the news this way. Oh goodness. I don't know, you've ruined me, Nick. Everything's a Family Guy reference now. I hope you understand that.
You're welcome.
Oh no! My dog!
Welcome to my life.
Oh no! My dog has run away! If there was only someone who could catch up with him while running while they're pumping their arms. Tiny!
Run!
Stewie, you'd have me for 1,000 years.
Oh hey, Tiny Tom Cruise. Anyways, Brian went that way. Boy, that guy sure got. Boy, that guy really has some not big arms.
Can't
Catch me, gay thoughts.
You're speaking of gay thoughts.
Yeah.
We got a movie. We got a film series about this guy.
Yeah, that's right. We got a whole film series about. Hey Tom, it's been a month already. Yeah. I think I have become a huge Tom Cruise aficionado in a sense. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe hold on. Wait, I just realized.
He's a fantastic actor.
Oh, oh yeah, Tom Cruise is great. Tom is great, man. When like we you know, people joke around like, you know, like Tom Cruise and all the crazy stuff he does, and to be fair, he does do all that crazy stuff. That is still true. But like Tom also just in general can be actually like legit just fantastic actor. Like he's great. I love Tom. But he's also nuts. he's also nuts. And Tom just has a whole
All right, Mr. Cruz.
Hey, do you think
for this movie opens out a menu? Will you hang out of a plane? Or will you climb up the Burj Khalifa?
I'm almost tempted to ask if we should, any donation we make in this podcast should go to the Church of Spaceship Beep Boop.
Oh, the Church of Spaceship Beep Boop.
I'm not a fan of that.
Yeah, that Tom. Look, man, Tom. All I'm gonna say is, Tom can believe whatever he wants. I don't agree with believing in the Church of Spaceship Beep Boop, but you know, hey, it is what it is. If Tom wants,
it is his choice.
It is his choice.
He just has to come out and cause it.
Yeah. Look, if Tom wants to believe in Xenu, that's his choice. He can believe in Lord Xenu. I don't believe in Lord Xenu, so that's just me. I don't know what was it? No, but besides that though, besides his personal life, Tom Cruise as an actor, yeah, is he's great. He's great, and he just has a whole series where he's just doing crazy stuff, man. Nobody rejects Tiny Tom Cruise, yeah, except all three of your ex-wives. look again, Tom Cruise. It is what it is. To be fair, I think like also like what like Tom now is like pushing like it's like I think like mid late 50s, I think. Let me check. Oh no, he's 62 years old. So he's pushing his early 60s. Tom's pushing his early 60s, man. So like hey, you know, I also think just, you know, as age goes on, I think Tom, you know, like probably mellowing out and stuff. Probably not. He's not. Let's be honest. He's probably not mellowing out. Dude's pushing his 60s, and he's fucking hanging off a damn plane, while it's like going like we'll get to it when we get to it. We'll get to it when we get to it. So yeah, that's it though. So there's a new Mission Impossible movie that's out now, and I really liked it. Except, not gonna lie, sometimes it's starting to feel like I'm the only guy who liked it. At times.
Crying out loud, man! It's not
you. It's like there's people legitimately out there saying like, yeah, no, I think this is like the worst movie ever, and I'm not gonna lie, I feel like Nick, my worst fear, Nick, right now is I'm worried that me liking the new Mission Impossible movie is just gonna be Transformers: The Last Night all over again, in the sense where I think a movie is like, oh, this is like great, I love it, and everyone else is telling me, no, it was shit, it was fucking terrible. What's wrong with you?
It is nowhere near like awful.
Okay. I'm worried it's gonna.
Chase, it's nowhere near awful. What it is flawed. There's a difference.
Okay. We'll talk about it. We'll talk about it. That's it though. I really like. That's it though. I really like the new Mission Impossible movie, but I also like the series in general. I just like Mission Impossible series in general. I won't lie. I know like Master, you said like you felt like it's leaning more into like the action stuff instead of the spies.
It's there. Mission Impossible 1 is a spy movie with a lot of action. I haven't seen 2, but 3, 4, and 5 are action movies with a spy theme. Not saying that anything's wrong with it. I just really liked Mission Impossible 1 the most.
Okay. Well, if you're wondering about 2, no, that's John Woo, man.
Yeah,
that is.
My dad decided
John Woo. John Woo is not making a spy movie, man. That is not a spy movie.
All right. So John Woo's like, all right, we're gonna get the spy. We're gonna get the I'm shit. I don't.
Release.
I don't think I've seen a John.
Release the tops.
I don't think I've seen a John Woo movie.
Have you seen Face Off?
Okay, Face Off, and I thought that was James Wan.
Yeah.
Oh. Wait.
That was James Wan.
Oh, was it? Oh, never mind. Oh no, there's so many Asian James, man, and Johns. I don't know why are Asian names starting with J's? Why are Asian names starting with J's, Nick?
No, I don't know, Michael.
So Changus, is there anybody in your family that starts with J?
My grandfather.
You can just say yes or no.
Yeah, well, technically yes. My grandfather on my dad's side name started with the J. So.
Well, why are you perpetrating it?
Grandfather.
Yeah, it's the same grandfather, Nick, who has the fucking square ass jawline in that picture I showed you.
No wonder your dad got conceived. That is a good-looking man.
Look. All I'm saying is, I'm telling you, something happened down the bloodline, Nick. Because I do not. I can only wish I had my grandfather's jawline. That was just something else. Oh my goodness. Well, what was I say? Yeah, no, the Mission Impossible 2. No, that is far from a spy movie. No way. That is straight up John Woo action. But yeah, but no, I really like the either way. I still
Ray,
really
put
like
your
the
gun
Mission
back.
Impossible. What was that?
Ray, put your gun back in.
Oh. Start to get angry. Now I'm getting angry, so I pull out my gun. Tom Cruise better get out of the closet, or I'm gonna shoot someone.
Pull out my gun. Tom Cruise better get out of the closet, or I'm gonna shoot someone.
It was no, but like I was saying though, I really like the Mission Impossible movies, and so leading up to the new one, yeah, I just rewatched all of the Mission Impossible movies, all 7 Mission Impossible movies before watching the new one. Yeah, it was worth it. it was worth it. To be fair, I have seen all these before. It's just this was just me rewatching. I don't think there was ever a Mission Impossible movie that I didn't see before this whole marathon of rewatching. I've seen all of them, and
I only saw Fallout.
That's true. You only saw Fallout. Oh, and I still need to show you Ghost Protocol.
So I went and watched Ghost Protocol and Rogue Nation when before I left to go see Final Reckoning.
Oh, okay. Oh, what you think of Ghost Protocol?
Oh, I liked it. It was good.
Oh yeah, it's great. It's great. Hey man, look, Brad Bird is. I think Brad Bird's just the kind of guy, man, where like his. You all right? Whoa, you okay, man?
Oh. Yeah, I'm good.
Oh, okay.
He knows how to direct a spy movie.
Yeah, that's true.
That's for sure. I mean, Incredibles.
Yeah. No, Brad Bird. I don't know, I guess Brad Bird's just a guy where like his stinkers kind of do, stink, but then his, the ones that hit though, oh yeah, they hit. Ooh, which is kind of funny because it's from what I'm seeing here on his filmography, it really was after Ghost Protocol. Then he did Tomorrowland, and that's like the start of like the movies where like, yeah, those are the stinkers. I still have never seen Tomorrowland. Maybe I'll watch it. I haven't seen Tomorrowland, but maybe I'll watch it. Who knows? And then Incredibles 2 people didn't really care about. Oh yeah, then he is. I guess he is also doing Incredibles 3, unless that's not happening anymore. I don't know. So
no, it's happening.
It's happening. Okay.
Disney are whores for money.
Okay. Yeah. So
absolute whores.
Yeah. So it is what it is. But no, but yeah, but Brad Bird when he hits, and they're great. I love it. So yeah. But Mission Impossible is a fascinating series also to me because it really just feels like this is Tom Cruise's, at least the film series. I'm not talking about the TV show, by the way. I've never seen the TV show, and I do not know how long that TV show is. It's probably gonna, if I watch that, it would probably take a long ass time. So, who knows? But the movies though are great. All the movies are fun, and so when it comes to movies, like I don't know, it really, these are really Tom Cruise's babies, and Tom really just seems like the guy where he really wants to make these movies his thing. Tom knows these are, like again, like Mashik said, action movies, like a spy theme. He knows it, and that's fine. That's perfectly fine. He knows it, and he's delivering on it. He knows what people come to these movies for, and he delivers. Cause dude's just doing crazy stuff, man. Absolutely insane stuff. That's going on with him, and it's just also interesting how also with the Mission Impossible movies, how every director kind of brings like their own like distinct like flair. Every time there's a new director for Mission Impossible, the movies are very different. So like the first one is like alien compared to Mission Impossible 2. Oh
yeah.
Oh, we lost Mash. Oh no, he's back. So no, but overall though, I really liked all the Mission Impossible movies, and I rewatched them all. So I don't know, I remember, and then I was giving like brief thoughts on them. So let's see, hold on, I'm just looking at what I wrote again in like Discord for like all the stuff I wrote about Mission Impossible. Oh, I didn't write anything about Fallout. Oh, I just realized that I never wrote anything for Mission Impossible Fallout. Fallout's great. Fallout's fantastic. Okay, here we go. So this is all the stuff I wrote about Mission Impossible, starting from the first one. I'm not gonna read them verbatim. I'm just gonna like get the main point across. So let's just go through all the movies in order, right? Mission Impossible 1. Hell yeah, it's great. It's fantastic, iconic, man. Like, yeah, that's Mission Impossible. Again, like Master said, it is the one that feels the most spy themed out of all the Mission Impossible movies, and that's fine. I think, to be fair, I think like a spy like movie with a lot of action is a nice. It doesn't like transitioning from that to, you know, the latter action movies with spy themes in it. I think it's fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with that, and it's for the most part, you could argue, somewhat seamless. If it wasn't for John Woo, but we'll get to that. we'll get to John Woo. But the first Mission Impossible movie
Look, I gotta say it again, just because I had so much fun saying it the first time. Release the dove!
Dude, there were so many doves, man. You really like these birds. So, the first Mission Impossible movie came out in 1996. It is technically, like, so from what I understand, it was like considered like somewhat of a successor, sequel-ish / reboot of the original TV show. So apparently, when John Voight's playing Jim Phelps here, it's technically not the same Jim Phelps as the one that Peter Graves played in the original show. I'm going to only
because I hear because a lot of people who watched this show were pissed that he became a bad guy.
No, they didn't like Jim Phelps was a bad guy in the movie. The original.
So it's like it's like if they made Vakama a bad guy.
Yeah, yeah, like the original cast. A lot of the original cast of the original show got mad when they were watching the movie. Like, what the fuck? Why is Jim a bad guy?
Was after her when like the original actor for his character learned he was gonna be the bad guy, he made sure he refused to sign on to the project.
Yeah, he didn't want to be any part of it. So
I do think that was a bad move.
Yeah. But
in a vacuum, it's good. Out of a vacuum, that was a bad move.
Yeah, but that said though, but it's also interesting just because like from my perspective, I never saw the show, so I never had a problem with Jim Phelps being, you know, a twist villain. But at the same time, I can only imagine, like, the discourse that happened back then. Gosh, if they, and like, the discourse that would happen if they pulled that off nowadays as well. Ooh boy, that'd be something else. So I can only imagine. So I'm going to assume, like, calling it like this movie like a reboot of Mission Impossible was probably like something they did retroactively because of the reception that people had for like Jim Phelps being a bad guy. But John Voight is not the main character here, though. It's our boy Ethan Hunt from Tom Cruise, young babyface Tom Cruise. He's great. Babyface Tom Cruise is fantastic to watch, man. He's just so charming. I love him. He's such a charming guy. He's always smiling too. He's always like, and he's always smooth talking his way through. It's great. I love Ethan Hunt in the first movie. So yeah. That said, it's also interesting how Ethan Hunt here. You can argue there are elements here that would eventually be expanded upon later, but it is also interesting to note that like for like the first probably like 3 Mission Impossible movies, Ethan Hunt is like almost like 3 different individual characters in the first 3 movies. So Ethan Hunt here in Mission Impossible 1 is not going to be the same Ethan Hunt in Mission Impossible 2, that's for sure. Mission Impossible 3, maybe the same Ethan Hunt from the first one, but Ethan from Mission Impossible 3 can also arguably be pretty different. So there's that.
We're watching Ghost Protocol, and I was like, "Wait, what the fuck happened to his girlfriend?" I was like, "Dropped her like a sack of potatoes." Never shows up again.
Well, technically.
And they do explain it in Ghost Protocol what happens.
She does. Really, it's Fallout. When they get to Mission Impossible Fallout, that's where they actually really expand upon what happened between Ethan and his wife.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, first one is just overall just iconic, fun ass movie. You'll love it. Also, just as I was also mentioning this I was also talking about this. One thing to note is when you're watching the first Mission Impossible movie, it's actually really surprising how quiet the movie is, and this isn't like quiet as in like like, oh man, I can't hear shit. Turn up the volume. No, as in like moments throughout the movie that is just purposefully quiet. Like the big wire stunt, the iconic wire stunt where Ethan is being hung from the ceiling as he's slowly being pulled down to retrieve the knock list. That wouldn't be as tense if there was like music playing in the background. It's purposefully silent, and to be fair, the movie itself also puts an emphasis on like you have to be extremely quiet when Ethan has to be extremely quiet when he's retrieving the knock list. And I don't think it would work the same if there was like tense music playing in the background while Ethan says nothing. So the silence works, but it's not just like that sequence. There's also just moments throughout the movie where like just basic scenes where like people are just talking to one another. It's just silent. Like in the sense that like no music is playing in the background. Everyone's just talking. Everyone's just in character, doing their thing. Oh hey Chelsea, we're talking about Mission Impossible. So yeah. Also, I'm gonna say it again. You know that if Mission Impossible 1 was made today, Tom would try to find a way to have like, obviously, you can't have an actual helicopter fly along a speeding train through a tunnel. That's just unsafe, never gonna happen. But Tom would try to find a way to still make that as practical as possible, because that's just the type of guy Tom Cruise is. It's great. So Mission Impossible 1, iconic, very fun. You'll have a great time, but at the same time, it's also just really interesting how 1 feels very different from not just the other Mission Impossible movies, but just also like like action spy movies nowadays in general. Like it was like Master, you and John watch all the Bond movies, right? So like, was there ever like Was there ever a Bond movie you would argue where like there's just like very little music playing in the background?
I don't remember.
You don't remember? Okay. All right then. That's helpful.
It's been like a year since I've seen all of them.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
I really do want to see go back and see a few of them though. Like Casino Royale. I could go for that.
Yeah. Final Decision shit. Helicopter going through. No, Chelsea. That is not Final Destination stuff. That's a completely different thing. Maybe I don't know. Final Destination is his own topic. Final Destination's fun. Real quick side tangent. I recently saw on YouTube because it was recommended to me. I saw the clip from I think like the 5th Final Destination movie where like the bridge is collapsing. Was that movie made during like the 3D craze? Because there's literally a scene where like a woman, like one of the girls, like falls off the bridge and gets fucking like just skewered by like a sailboat, and you see like the guts like pop out like on like towards the camera. Like, was this made for 3D? Was this supposed to like be like watching this in 3D? It's like, oh my gosh, the guts are spilling out in actual life. Oh, it's flying towards me. Oh. So I don't know, but anyways, Mission Impossible 1, very fun. Mission Impossible 2 is also very fun. I'm gonna say it. Mission Impossible 2 is very fun. If any, like, I don't know, people are
such a different beast.
I know. So I do also kind of mention this. People are kind of making the statements now that the new one, Final Reckoning, is like the weakest of the bunch. I don't think so. No. I still think 2 is the weakest out of the bunch of this whole series. But at the same time, I think 2 is just the weakest in the sense that it just feels so different from everything else. Like I was talking about how like each Mission Impossible movie, like kind of each director brings like their own like flavor and flair to the movies, but like 2, like 1 and 3 are not gonna feel the same, and those are not gonna feel the same compared to everything after 3. But 2 somehow feels just alien enough that like it feels even far removed from like 1 and 3 and just anything else. 2 is just so alien, but it's damn fun.
It was a John Woo movie.
It's a John Woo
featuring Ethan Hunt.
It is. It really is. But damn, it's fun. It's so much fun. I love it. There are actually legit things in Mission Impossible 2 that I love. Like, actually love both, like, you know, like, kind of like ironic, like, yeah, I love it because that's so goofy as shit. But there's also just things rewatching it, like, I could kind of see where John Woo is coming, and not gonna lie, unironically, I kind of like it. I kind of appreciate it in its own way. Like there's just some things where, like, John Woo, I know what you're doing here, and I'm not gonna lie, this is actually pretty fun. This is actually really fun. Keep going. This is great. So, and also, Ethan Hunt is like completely different. Like, that's okay. I'll say this: the one thing that has been so consistent throughout the entire Mission Impossible movies, Ethan Hunt, Tom Cruise, doesn't just love women. He's not just like James Bond who loves women. He respects women.
Oh my gosh, I was literally just about to fucking say that.
James Bond loves woman. Ethan Hunt respects woman.
Women, get yourselves a man like Ethan Hunt.
Like, it's so funny because Mission Impossible 2, like, it starts off with like the whole like thing of Ethan Hunt getting together with that chick for like the mission, it feels like oh yeah, this is like some like James Bond shit, you know, like he even sleeps with the with the lady. It's like a Bond lady, it's like a Bond girl, you know. He sleeps with her and all that. But then literally when Anthony Hopkins tells him, hey, yeah, so you're supposed to just use the woman, not actually like sleep with her, Ethan actually legit gets like really offended, like, whoa, no, you don't understand. She's like, it's like, no, you don't understand. Yeah, sure, I slept with her, but like, she's actually legit just like a great like woman and human being in general, man. She's great. And Anthony Hopkins like, Ethan, she's a woman. Don't you? It's so Mission Impossible 2 is also so funny because everyone except Ethan Hunt is so sexist. That is to the point that it's so funny. Anthony Hopkins literally tells Ethan Hunt what do you want Naya to do? What do you mean? She's a woman. All they ever do is just lie and cheat. Have her do that. And Ethan Hunt legit gets so offended when Anthony Hopkins says that. It's great. It's great. Like, no, that's not what all women are good for, Anthony Hopkins. How dare you? How dare you say that about women? Like, oh my gosh, what the main bad guy was it? Sean Ambrose says was like, oh, you know, woman, Ethan, like monkeys they are, gripping onto one branch until they grab the next. And Ethan's like gets so mad at that comment. It's like, oh, I'm really gonna kill you now. Oh, you bastard! How dare you disrespect women? It's great. It's great. So yeah, so James Bond, he loves women, but Ethan Hunt, he respects women. It's great. Do Mission Impossible movies have end credits? No, Chelsea. No, they don't need end credits. So
honestly, good, because watching the last one when they hit the threshold, it was like 1 in the morning. So I had to get the fuck out of there.
That's true. Oh, I'm drinking tea. So yeah, but 2 is just John Woo. It's just a John Woo movie. Ethan Hunt is doing gun fu, and it's great. Like the doves. He loves his doves.
Where's the doves?
When Ethan and finally shoots Sean and kills the bad guy, like there's like 10 different cuts happening at the same time of him like kicking the gun in the air and spinning around 360 no scope to shoot him, all in slow motion. It's great. So yeah, Mission Impossible 2 is great, and I love it. It's so funny, man. It's great. But yeah, second Mission Impossible movie is it's just John Woo, but that also makes it like just so alien compared to like even the other very different Mission Impossible movies. So I still argue the second one is still the weakest out of the series, but don't get me wrong, it's still very fun. It's just fun in its own way. So yeah, now Mission Impossible 3 though is also very fun in its own way, and this is also, I think, are like legitimately, arguably, the peak of J.J. Abrams' career. Because
that's not a high bar.
Because no you so like well yeah, but like we were messed, so like me, Nick, and Not, we were talking about like several nights ago. It's actually legit very fascinating how J.J. Abrams like lost us where he really became popular. Everyone liked J.J. Abrams because of Lost, and then his first directorial debut in big screen and stuff like movies was Mission Impossible 3, and everyone loved Mission Impossible 3. But it's so fascinating that just after Mission Impossible 3, everything else he made, including the later stuff with Lost, everyone stopped liking. It's like, okay, J.J. Abrams on second thought, you're not that great. And then it was like Star Trek, 2009 happened, and Star Trek fans got mad at him, like, how dare you? And then what, like, and then he did, like, like Star Wars, and now Star Wars fans don't like him anymore. Like, people just don't like JJ anymore. He really peaked with Mission Impossible 3. What was the other topic for tonight? We had a huge conversation about children's cartoon Chelsea. And then now everything afterwards is just Mission Impossible talk. So, yeah. right now, I'm talking about all the Mission Impossible movies leading up to the latest one. So, yeah, Mission Impossible 3 arguably is J.J. Abrams' peak in his career. And honestly, it's actually really fun. It's actually a really good movie. I would argue it's actually really good. Mission Impossible 3 is also a very fascinating movie in hindsight now, because after watching the latest one, yeah, it turns out Mission Impossible 3 is actually really important for the latest movie. It's actually legit. It's actually legit, like, really important for the.
Well, we'll get to that.
Yeah, we'll get to that. We'll get to it, but it's
Does it
just
involve his wife?
No, it doesn't really involve the wife.
Okay, so what was it important then?
Well,
you'll understand soon enough.
You'll have to.
Yeah, I'm about to go to sleep in a few minutes.
Here, I'll just you know what, fuck it. I'll just say, without spoiling anything about the latest movie, it really just involves the MacGuffin of Mission Impossible 3. The MacGuffin here is super. Ends up being.
Not remember the MacGuffin.
So the MacGuffin it's they call it like the rabbit's foot, but it's literally just a MacGuffin.
Oh yeah. Okay. I don't. I remember the rabbit's foot. I
Yeah, that just so it turns out that actually ends up becoming really important for the new movie, but we'll get to that. So, yeah, that said, also, speaking of the rabbit's foot, this is also probably the best use of Mr. Abrams' little, his goofy little mystery box idea, because it works here. The mystery box idea works here because at the time, here in 3, you really didn't need to know anything about what the rabbit's foot actually is. And then I'll argue even now, even after the latest movie, you still really don't need to know what the rabbit's foot is when you're watching Mission Impossible 3. So, Stitch Impossible, like Barbenheimer.
No.
Oh, Chelsea. That said, though, I was right, though, Nick. That Lilo and Stitch live action remake making gangbusters right now. I fucking called it. I don't like as making money, but I thought I knew it was gonna be inevitable. Literally, because you know what it is, like casual moviegoers, Nick. I don't think they care to go back and rewatch the original Lilo and Stitch, and let's be honest, these are probably mostly just parents wanting to have, to distract their children. Like, okay, kids, watch Lilo and Stitch while I go do something else. That's a legitimate thing that happens nowadays. I literally see kids. I literally see, like, parents, like a mom or like a dad or something, walk in with a group of kids, and while the kids are watching the movie, the adult just straight up walks away to go do something else until the movie is done. I don't think they're a good parent. Just saying. I'll be honest, if you're just gonna leave your kids unsupervised like that in the theater, I don't think that makes you a good parent. Just
Especially
saying.
if it's the Minecraft movie where for some reason it's a fucking, war field there.
So, hey, I don't know.
We got fights breaking out.
I know, man. So, I don't know. I'm just saying, if you're one of those parents that just leaves your kids alone in the theater because you want to just go fuck off and do something else, I think you're a bad parent. In my opinion. So, yeah. But anyways, I don't fucking care about the new live action Lilo and Stitch movie. Was it that one guy's like a twist villain? I'll be honest, I don't fucking care. Because I just don't have the energy to care about the live action Lilo and Stitch movie. I'm putting all my energy into Mission Impossible, Tom Cruise's stuff. Now, which I guess speaking of which, Rabbit's Foot. Again, mystery box, but it's like one of the few cases where the mystery box gimmick works well because you really don't know.
The funniest part is that it's J.J. Abrams isn't doing the mystery box this time. It only works without him.
I guess, who knows. But, well, no, Mission Impossible 3 is J.J. Abrams, so.
Well, I mean, it's the mystery box came back and
Oh, in the new. Well, no, it's not really
yeah, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, the MacGuffin does come back, but it's not. That's not really important at the moment. So, but anyway, so yeah, there's a MacGuffin and stuff, but it is also not relevant for you. At least what it actually is not relevant for this movie. Also, Mission Impossible 3 is also fascinating because I think it was like, I think Mission Impossible 3 was the first time I think I've ever seen the IMF, like the organization Ethan works for, be so bureaucratic. like there's a whole sequence where Lawrence Fishburne's character is like chewing out Ethan because oh, you didn't how dare you not get permission to go on that operation of yours, Ethan. That's it, we're locking you up, how dare you.
I feel like how the IMF works changes every movie.
It's straight up like Nick. So here in 3, like in the first one, right? You get the feeling that the IMF, the first Mission Impossible movie, you get the IMF is like this government organization. It is considered like a branch of like the CIA along, it's a spy branch alongside like the CIA and like the FBI. And then like just like those, and just like a like a CIA FBI thing, there's like a director and all that. And then Mission Impossible 2, honestly, the IMF is treated so loosely. It straight up feels like a Bond organization. Like Anthony Hopkins, like the one guy who's just there to tell Ethan all about his mission. 3.
Well, funny enough, James. I don't know if you brought. I forgot if you brought this point up, but back to 2 really quick.
Yeah.
I think one of the reasons it was the weakest out of all of them is because it's really a James Bond movie, not a Mission Impossible movie.
It's a James Bond movie on crack.
Essentially.
So, isn't Rabbit's Foot meaning good luck charm? That is technically what a Rabbit's Foot is. So they're using that. It's ironic. It's ironic, guys. The name of a good luck charm being used on a MacGuffin that could be considered, like doomsday device level or something. At least that's what was implied. So there's that. Actually, also just funny enough, again, we're gonna talk more about this when we get to a Final Reckoning, but I will just say this, it's so interesting looking back at Mission Impossible 3 after the new one, because the Rabbit's Foot in 3, while you don't know what it is, they kind of very much imply that it's like a chemical weapon.
Yeah.
So again, it's just fascinating to see, like, oh, that's interesting, huh? But yeah, but yeah, like, but here in 3, the IMF feels like even more bureaucratic because now, like, sure, you got a director, but then Ethan also has to report to, like, Ethan also is under like is also like technically reporting to another guy who's above him, but is underneath the director. It feels more bureaucratic here. They're like, oh, Ethan, how dare you not have permission? Because it really feels like, it was also just really interesting because, like, the whole point of the IMF was, hey, if you choose to accept this mission, you could do so. But in here, in 3, it really feels like there is no choice. Like they say you could choose, but it kind of feels like there is no choice. Like, oh, it's like, hey, no, I chose to do this mission. Nuh-uh, Ethan. Lawrence Fishburne said you didn't have permission to have that choice. So, fuck you, Ethan. Go to prison. Get locked up. So, it's really interesting. And then, not to get ahead of myself, but then, like, starting with 4 is when they also introduced the idea of the IMF reporting to, like, a secretary. So there's a secretary in, like, the White House or something that's overseeing the IMF. And then I guess maybe 3 kind of then I think Rogue Nation is also when it kind of starts feeling a little bit more bureaucratic, but I think that was the point. And then literally starting off after Rogue Nation, like Fallout to now, it really just feels like the IMF can do whatever they want. Sort of. The latest movie, to be fair, the IMF, Ethan and like his gang can't really do whatever they want now because they're pretty much like wanted criminals technically at that point. So, the IMF does kind of change throughout each movie. Here, the IMF is very bureaucratic. Can I also just say also, with each... Also, I just want to also mention that with each movie, the technology, like, aesthetic also changes a lot. Because, like for example, like, the first Mission Impossible movie, right? This was like, like, the 90s, like, late, mid-90s stuff. But, like, everyone is also using, like... Oh, excuse me. But this is also, like, very early, like, technology. This is still, I guess, considered somewhat early technology. Oh, let me take a drink real quick. Like, like your computers are still all these big boxes. Everyone's still using floppy disks. Like this is also like super early internet. So like there's like a bunch of like chat rooms and all that. There's no Google. Google doesn't exist anymore. Oh no, Google doesn't exist at the time, or maybe it did, but they never used it. And so like this is super early technology, internet and stuff. And then the second Mission Impossible movie, right? This is like 2000s, right? So like everything's like so cool, action, man. Like Ethan's got a fucking like pair of glasses that it's actually like a display thing that he sees everything, and like but then it's also John Woo. So like when Ethan like tosses the glass, like it blows up, like boom, whoa, holy shit, oh my gosh. And then here in 3, the technology is like this like early mid 2000s, and the best way I can describe how the technology aesthetic is in Mission Impossible 3, Transformers, like the Transformers both 2007 and Revenge of the Fallen. Do you want me saying, Nick, how like technology was like in those movies, that aesthetic? Not the actual Transformers, like the technology like the military was using. That's the aesthetic going on here. This hell, it even has like the same like lighting, like filter, and like color filter and all that, like those like Transformers 2007 Revenge of the Fallen. It's so interesting. Like for example, like all the pieces of technology that everyone has is just black. It's just because black is cool, guys. Black is cool, and then also like the technology they also have is also like super like militaristic as well. So like like oh my gosh, Luther's like got like set up like automatic like turrets and stuff that like connect to his computer, and they got like red dot lasers. So it's Call of Duty. It's Call of Duty. Mission Impossible 3 has Call of Duty aesthetic. I do mean that in a complimentary way. It's very fun. it helps make it stand out at this time. So it's like, oh wow, we got guns, red dot laser sight. Holy shit, man!
Streaming back room.
Let me see. You know what? Yeah, you know what? Yeah, Emily, I support you. Free Palpatine.
Yeah.
Free Palpatine.
Good, Emily. Good.
Destroy the separatists.
Good.
Create the Empire, Emily. Good.
Let your hate
flow. Yeah, it's great. Tom Cruise in The Matrix? No. Tom Cruise was never in the Matrix movies. That's Keanu Reeves, Chelsea. Y2K glossy see-through technology. No, Mission Impossible doesn't really have that type of stuff. Maybe it did. I'm gonna be honest. I don't remember much about what the technology aesthetic was like in Mission Impossible 2. So.
Not really.
So, but anyways, like, so like. And also like the bad guys, they're using like fucking like remote control, like Predator drones. Holy shit! This is the most Mission Impossible 3 is the most Call of Duty out of all the Mission Impossible movies, and it's kind of very fun in that own sense. Like even how like Ethan and the gang operate when they're like when you're first introduced to Ethan and his gang, they're not doing like the typical like spy things where like like they're putting on the mask and stuff. They're literally like they're doing like a whole like hostage rescue situation on Call of Duty. So they're going guns blazing, like Ethan, I need a mag loading, like grenade, hiya, like, RPG. Oh my gosh. There's Ethan. There's there's literally a moment where like Lucifer's like fucking like Captain Price, soap. Ethan, go to the get the the super gun out of the trunk of the car. Hurry, Ethan. Now remember, use the X button to shoot, Ethan. So it's the most Call of Duty out of Mission Impossible movies. But that said, I also want to say also with Mission Impossible 3. This is also the beginning of what I'll call super emotional Ethan. So because we're introduced to Ethan living like almost like a borderline normal life with his wife Julia, and you see how Julia ends up becoming this huge motivation for Ethan throughout the movie. There's literally a point where Philip Seymour Hoffman's character is like beating the shit out of Ethan, but then Ethan, even though he has he's got like a bomb in his head that's like screwing with him, so like he can't focus really on the fight. But then he literally sees his wife, like you remember that he literally like sees his wife like all chained up in the chair, and he gets super mad. It's like a fucking like anime power up. We're like, oh my gosh, but my wife is in danger. My friends are in danger. I won't let you win, Philip Seymour Hoffman, and he ends up overpowering. It's like, it's great. I love it. So, this is also the beginning of where Ethan, you start to see a very emotional Ethan. You see Ethan who will pretty much do anything to protect people he cares about if you threaten them. You threaten his wife, and his friends, he gets really mad at you, and he'll do whatever it takes. And that ends up becoming a huge thing that ends up carrying over in the next movies. And that includes Ghost Protocol. So, also by the way, I didn't mention this with 3. Philip Seymour Hoffman, God bless his soul. Great actor, great character. Like he's a great villain. He's such an asshole. He's such a douchebag. He's got zero remorse and empathy, and it's great because it's a great contrast to Ethan as a very emotional, empathetic hero. So it's great. But also those moments where Philip Seymour Hoffman has to pretend to be Tom Cruise, pretending to be him, is legit great. He really is just playing a dude disguised as a dude playing another dude. It's wonderful. I love it. And Philip Seymour Hoffman is fantastic at it. God bless his soul. You know, he gone too soon, man. But man, he was great. He was great here. So I love 3. And then Ghost Protocol, the 4th one. Ghost Protocol is fascinating because I think this is the movie where Mission Impossible really blew up. I don't think the other movies were never popular, but I think this is Ghost Protocol. The 4th one is where it really blew up, where everyone knew about Mission Impossible because Tom Cruise climbs the tallest building in the world. You know, he climbs the Burj Khalifa, and you know, at the time, the Burj Khalifa was the tallest building in the world, and like you could see how like this was considered like, you know, like Tom's like craziest stunt to date, and so like he's climbing the tallest building, man, and so like you saw that like on headlines on news everywhere, like by the way, speaking of entertainment, speaking of crazy guys, Tom Cruise is going to great lengths, is going crazy to provide you great entertainment. He's climbing the world's tallest building. And so you saw that everywhere. It's like, wow, holy shit. It was great. But Ghost Protocol is also just great. A movie in general. I'll say Ghost Protocol, while it's not as heavy on the spy stuff as Mission Impossible 1, I think it is the closest we've gotten to more spy stuff. And it's great. But also like one of my favorite.
Yeah, my mind goes back to the scene with the in the Kremlin with the video.
Yeah, like when they're infiltrating the Kremlin and they got like the little like screen and stuff. So
that was a good scene.
It was a great scene. It was great. It was very fun. So this is like the closest we got to like spy stuff since the first movie. What was I say? Oh yeah, Brad Bird. This is also one of Brad Bird's hits. So again, when Brad Bird hits, he hits, and it does kind of just seem like when his stinkers stink. Well, they apparently stink really bad. So, hey, it is what it is. But no, man, Brad Bird does his own. Brad Bird brings his own flavor to Ghost Protocol. It's fantastic. I really like it. One thing that's really cool about Ghost Protocol is well, actually, hold on. Let me. I'm kind of getting ahead of myself. One thing to note about Ghost Protocol when it comes to Brad Bird directing is Brad Bird kind of went, not really, but in sort of an opposite direction compared to the last one that J.J. Abrams did. It's like J.J. Abrams. I was saying like how like, you know, like it's like the Call of Duty Mission Impossible, and it really does feel like that because it's also like, because while it is also like a very emotionally driven, you know, Ethan and all that, the story itself is also taken quite seriously. Like it's taken quite seriously. Like is Philip Seymour Hoffman's like an actual like just evil dude who could literally just, you know, destroy anyone's life. He really he could be pretty threatening, and so like they take it very seriously. It's like when Tom Cruise gets emotional in 3, he is emotional. Dude is like literally like bawling when and like that's great act. Like dude's like ugly crying, man. Like when he sees like his wife, like when he thinks like his wife actually died, dude's like ugly crying. It's like like snot's coming out of his nose, and then like when that like what's his name? Musgrave, I think. When like Musgrave like touches the body, it's like he gets super like don't you touch her! Ah! So like the last one was very like taken very seriously, but in here with Ghost Protocol, it seems not in the sense that this isn't serious, but like you could tell like when the overall tone of a movie feels more fun. This is very much it's like Incredibles. The story itself can be like the characters in the story itself can take everything very seriously, but the overall tone of what you're watching is just fun. This is very fun. Again, like the scene in the Kremlin where they got like that little like screen and a tablet pulled up to like and then like they're distracting the guard with like water droplet noises. That's fun. That's very fun. So like, and then like also like this is also like also to lean on the whole like this is supposed to be fun. Like there's very like this is also the beginning of like where everything feels like a huge like spectacle to watch. Tom Cruise is climbing the tallest building in the world like without like a rope and all that. Holy shit, this dude's crazy. And then when things go to south, when things go to shit, then you have this whole sequence where Tom Cruise is literally like outrunning a fucking dust storm, and then he has to chase someone in a dust storm. It's fun. It's a huge ass spectacle. And then the climax of the movie, like we're just literally like 1 second left on the clock, and Ethan literally is like yelling, "Mission accomplished!" And he presses the button and stops the nuke in time. Like that's fun. That's fun. So like this is a very fun Mission Impossible movie. And it's great. But also, Ghost Protocol is also fascinating because this is also the beginning of where you really see Ethan being the type of guy where you could argue this is where it starts, where you see Ethan being the type of guy where he kind of becomes a little crazy. Well, not that he wasn't crazy before, but this is where he really becomes where everyone else, like even the characters themselves, start viewing Ethan as crazy, because this is the beginning where like they're really pushing the idea that like Ethan Hunt is like the only his way can work at times. Like cause
Ethan Hunt is like super spy Superman.
In a sense. So one of the big like recurring elements of Ghost Protocol is how everything is going wrong. Everything is going to shit. Even in the beginning, like the opening sequence, like when they're breaking Tom Cruise out of prison, immediately the plan, all of a sudden there's a monkey wrench thrown into the plan, because Ethan Hunt won't just come out of prison all by himself. He has to go back in to rescue his friends, even though everyone's telling Ethan, no, leave the guy behind, leave him behind, just get out. Oh my gosh, Ethan, what are you doing? You're screwing everything up. You're screwing the whole plan up. And so like they're really pushing the idea that like when everything is going to shit, when like every single plan is going wrong, it really just seems like Ethan is the only guy who you can rely on to really like.
I gotta head out. It. You guys have a good night.
All right, have a good night, Matchstick. So this is really where Ethan's like only he knows what the right thing to do, because he's the only guy who's crazy enough to do it. It's you know what it is? It's not so much that what Tom Cruise is like the only guy who's right. It's just that Tom Cruise, everyone is in these situations where they're thinking logically and rationally, in situations where the logical and rational just won't cut it. Ethan's the only guy who comes with like the most crazy ideas that end up actually working. And
yep.
And then that ends up becoming like pretty much like the main point of conflict in the next one, Rogue Nation. Mission Impossible Rogue Nation is where it really starts to emphasize like, yeah, no, Ethan is crazy. But as a certain monkey in a Transformers series said, sometimes crazy works. Oh my gosh, is Optimus Primal Ethan Hunt, Nick?
Changus Optimus Prime himself is Ethan Hunt.
That is true. That is true. He is Ethan Hunt. So, but yeah, Rogue Nation really emphasized, yeah, crazy works. Like like literally like the whole like how it ends like where like Ethan gaslights the main villain of this Rogue Nation because he pretty much is telling like, hey, oh yeah, by the way, like the bank, like all the records of like the bank account stuff, yeah, I destroyed it. What the fuck? I'm just gonna kill your friend. No, but see, I memorized every detail about the bank account. I'm just that crazy. So if you want the account, you gotta let my friend go. And he gaslights the main guy into going, because he's that crazy. Like, no, he's lying. Unless he's not? Is Ethan really that crazy? Well, if he really is that crazy, like, this is probably a bad idea, but, like, we can't take the risk of him, not ever having access to those bank accounts. So I guess, take the risk, fuck it. We'll let his friend go, and then we'll have to bring in Ethan Hunt himself in instead. And he literally gaslights the main villain to save the day. It's great. I love it. But yeah, Ethan here is like, they really want to push idea like, yeah, the crazy ideas work here. It's great. I like it. I really do like Rogue Nation. I really do. That said, Rogue Nation is very interesting to me because guys, I still like Rogue Nation and I still find it a very fun movie, but Rogue Nation kind of feels, how do I describe it? It feels like a stepping stone for what's to come. Excuse me. And to be fair, this is also when Christopher McQuarrie begins directing the Mission Impossible movies, starting with Rogue Nation. And oh my gosh, I'm really gassy today for some reason. Gosh. And so this is like, so you could probably call Rogue Nation Christopher McQuarrie's growing pains into Mission Impossible. So I could kind of excuse it like that. But it's still a very fun movie. It's just, I just think what came afterwards just really overshadows Rogue Nation. And to be fair, the next movie, Fallout, is the first time a direct sequel to another Mission Impossible movie. And so, like, Fallout is building on top of Rogue Nation, and Fallout just, Fallout is like,
so Changus.
Mm-hmm.
When me and my dad were, I remember me and my dad. I don't know if my sister went as well.
Mm-hmm.
I remember we were gonna go see a movie, he either said, okay, let's do Mission Impossible, and ended up being Mission Impossible Fallout.
Mm-hmm.
And we're like, all right, fine. I want to do something. I guess that is a movie that is out, because I wasn't really like into the crazy, like, yeah, all right.
Mm-hmm.
And tell me how that movie. I'm like, wow, that was fucking awesome.
Oh yeah, Fallout is fucking fantastic. See, okay, so I'm not gonna lie. There's a possibility that Dead Reckoning and Final Reckoning are my favorites just due to recency bias alone. Maybe there's an argument that Fallout is objectively the best out of the bunch. I still really like the Dead Reckoning and the Final Reckoning, but man, Fallout, Mission Impossible Fallout is legitimately, when it came out, the best out of all the Mission Impossible movies. It's great. Oh my gosh. That said, though, real quick, before I go into Fallout, there's also one other thing I do want to mention. Rogue Nation. It's got Alec Baldwin.
Yep.
You know what? I'll say this. Can I? Also, I just want to say this. Alec Baldwin. There's some stuff as an individual person I'm not too big on. There's some there's some of like his opinions that I don't really agree on. To be fair, that was also like at a time where everything just felt super like hyper politically charged. So, but now I don't really care too much about that. Like I'm at the point now where like, oh, Alec Baldwin believes that, he leans more that way politically than the other. At this point, I shouldn't be surprised. Whatever. It is what it is. I may not agree with it, but oh well. It is what it is. Let him be. But as an actor, though, just as an actor alone, Alec Baldwin, he's great. Alec Baldwin's actually legit a great actor. He's great in these Mission Impossible movies. I love him. His speech in Rogue Nation, his short speech about Ethan Hunt being the living manifestation of destiny. Oh yeah, baby, that's great. Cause that's one of the best descriptions of Ethan Hunt. Oh, fuck yeah.
Changus.
Yeah. Yes, Nick.
I had no idea that I basically just had Todd be Ethan Hunt. until I'm like, this is just how I envision Todd.
Todd, that penguin is the living manifestation of destiny, and he has made you his mission. It's like, oh,
I know.
Oh, that line drop in the living manifestation of destiny. And he has made you his mission. It's like, oh, yeah, yes, woo, oh yeah. So it's great. So I still like Rogue Nation, but Fallout is the movie that builds off of Rogue Nation directly, and it's just, oh my gosh, wow. So Fallout, like, it's got a great, like, also, by the way, I haven't really mentioned too much about, like, the action stunt set pieces stuff. They're all great here, but, like, Fallout, I think Fallout is also the movie before Final Reckoning where this is a stunt that really feels as, like, spectacle and, like, tense since the Burj Khalifa in Ghost Protocol.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh, Nick. Not to get ahead of myself, but the final newest one, Final Reckoning, this isn't a spoiler. This is literally advertised in the trailers and stuff. But the latest movie, the plane sequence, literally feels like an escalation of the helicopter sequence in Fallout.
Oh yeah,
and it's great. it's great shit, man. Oh my gosh. So the helicopter sequence, like where Tom Cruise is literally hanging onto a helicopter for dear life. Okay, now to be fair, right? Whenever they say like, oh, there is no CGI involved, this is all Tom Cruise. There is somewhat of a little bit, like, not 100% entirely true. Like they're like 99% truthful, because at the end of the day, Tom Cruise, they don't want their actor to die, so they can't have Tom Cruise actually legit only barehandedly hanging on to like a helicopter. So they got like they have like a harness that can easily be erased with digital effects, so they could digitally remove the harness through like editing and all that. But like other than that though, besides like a simple harness, that is like. But other than that, Tom Cruise is literally like feeling like the G-force and winds like pounding on his face as he's flying around, hanging on for dear life in the air. It's great. It's great shit. So,
there's one stunt when Final Reckoning that I'm curious if he actually fucking did it, but we'll get to that.
We'll get to that. But anyway, so but Fallout though, Fallout is just great. Oh my gosh, I know I'm just glazing it. You know what it is? When you have a movie that is just legit, like just that great, you kind of don't really have much to say about it, because like,
yeah,
it's just that good. You gotta see it. I can't say this also. So Fallout is, I would say, especially starting with Fallout, this is where they really emphasize the idea of Ethan Hunt being a guy who refuses to sacrifice any innocent life. His friends or any other innocent person, he refuses refuses to ever allow them to die. Like the opening sequence of Fallout where they literally lose control of nukes. Like the bad guys get away, they steal nukes because Ethan wouldn't allow Luther to die.
Yeah.
Like Ethan would rather see, Ethan, like, it's not that Ethan would rather see the world get destroyed over his friends. It's that Ethan will literally save his friends first, and if that ends up like screwing over like the rest of the world, then he will make it his mission to make up for that, flaw, no matter what. But he cannot allow his friends to die or get hurt. It's great, and then also you also see how like he really doesn't want to see anyone innocent or he cares about get hurt. Even before the sequence like where the bad guy still nukes, like when the movie straight up opens up with Ethan having the dream about about being married to Julia on like a lakeside, like that really emphasized the whole point of how like Ethan is a guy Ethan Hunt is a guy who wants to protect every life he can as possible in a world and a profession that does not allow that to happen. But that's why Ethan Hunt is great, because he's crazy enough to make it happen, to have his friends and the people he care about still be alive in a world that doesn't want them to be. It's great. I love it. Oh, it's so good. Oh, this is so good. So yeah, it's
Destiny bends to him.
Destiny bends. He is the living manifestation of destiny. It's so good. It's so good, man. I love Fallout. Fallout's also funny because that's also arguably one of the reasons why Justice League came out the way it did.
No, also Changus.
Yeah.
One of the reasons I like Ethan, he's just Sonic if he was a spy.
Oh, you know what? That's actually a great way to describe Sonic, man. He's just Ethan Hunt.
He's Ethan Hunt, but without the spy, without being a spy.
Oh, that's great. Oh my gosh, that's great, man. Oh, it's great. Well, to be fair, I think Ethan Hunt still has a little bit of limits to like his morality that leaves him like not completely like Sonic, because I don't think Ethan would kill King Arthur. Well, okay, he probably wouldn't kill King Arthur unless like the situation calls for like King Arthur. Like turns out King Arthur is legitimately that evil. He's threatening his friends and all that, and like it's to the point that like I can't let you live. Then maybe Ethan Hunt would kill King Arthur.
I mean, that is pretty much why Sonic kills King Arthur.
Oh, okay.
King Arthur is not a good person in Sonic and the Black Knight. In fact, he is the Black Knight.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that said, I still think to be fair though, Sonic doesn't hesitate to kill King Arthur, because like he literally goes into the world and already sees like, oh, like he sees like one glance at King Arthur's like, yeah, no, you're bad, I gotta kill you. I think Ethan would still hesitate before killing King Arthur. So there is that. But anyways, but that said, all of this has been leading up to the what do you second to last? What do you call second? Is penultimate second to last, or is that a different meaning? I don't.
Yeah, penultimate.
Okay, so second to last. So penultimate movie, Dead Reckoning, Part 1. Why is it called Part 1?
Hey!
Why is it called Part 1, Nick? What's the Part 2? But anyways, yeah.
AI!
So, oh my gosh. So I'm gonna say this. This is meant to be complimentary. Dead Reckoning and Final Reckoning feel like Metal Gear Solid 2 and 4. but without the robots and the cyborg ninja. And I mean that complimentary in the best way possible. So this is the ultimate villain of, and you know, so to be fair, I think the entity at least I think conceptually the entity is the best, like, ultimate bad guy Ethan has to face. Because the entity is the exact opposite of Ethan. It is a cold, heartless computer program that has become evil. It is the exact opposite of Ethan Hunt, and will literally do, and the entity doesn't give a shit who dies and all that. It is the exact opposite of Ethan Hunt. So conceptually, this is the ultimate bad guy Ethan Hunt will ever have to face. And you know, I'm not gonna lie, I do like the entity. I won't lie. I do like the entity. I like the entity. I don't want to get ahead of myself. I don't want to get ahead of myself. But I know some people, especially now with the recent movie, don't really like Gabriel all too much. But here's the thing. I think people have the idea that Gabriel is supposed to be the the main bad guy of the movies, of Dead Reckoning and Final Reckoning.
And not an extension of the entity.
Exactly, because at the end of the day, Gabriel is just he's just a goon for the entity to use. The entity itself, the AI, is the real main bad guy. But Gabriel is simply the face of the entity. I think people are disappointed with Gabriel because they think he is the main bad guy, but no, it's the entity that's the main bad guy. And Gabriel's just a face. So I'm fine with Gabriel. So that's why I'm fine with, like, Gabriel being the way he is, even to the point where he can be a little bit cartoonishly evil, you know, like in a Dead Reckoning, where he's screaming Ethan. I'm not gonna lie, I do like that. It kind of seems it seems a little cartoony, a little corny, but you know what? I think it works because Gabriel's just at the end of the day, Gabriel is a goober and a goon for the entity who hypes himself up to be more than he actually is. You know, you know what? I guess how do I make this all come? How do I relate this to Transformers? Oh, I know. Gabriel is like Scourge is to Unicron. They are, quote unquote, the main bad guy, but really they are just simply the face for a greater evil. So that's why I don't really have a problem with, you know, the way they are. That said, Gabriel is better than Scourge, because at least I don't really give a shit about Scourge.
Faster! Send reinforcements!
You know, Peter Dinklage Peter Dinklage can actually legit voice act.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Mighty Eagle.
So I don't know what happened.
We should watch the Angry Birds movie.
Sure, why not? So I don't know what happened with Peter Dinklage with Rise of the Beast, man. Yeah, that was not his best performance at all. But yeah. But Gabriel, I said my piece on Gabriel. At least when it comes to Dead Reckoning, and there'll be more to say about Gabriel with the next one, Final Reckoning, when we get to it. But Dead Reckoning also, I think, is Dead Reckoning feels like just an extension of the themes going on in Fallout. Again, the idea of Ethan being a guy who can't, you know, live, who just can't, who, oh my gosh, I cannot talk, Nick. Fuck! Oh my goodness! Ethan Hunt is a guy who refuses to allow people he cares about and his friends die again in a world that makes it so. So in a sense, Dead Reckoning and Final Reckoning is also very interesting, where they kind of then question Ethan even more, where it then asks, okay, Ethan, so what will happen? Both movies. Hold on, wait. No, yes, but we'll get more into it in Final Reckoning. But like, it's most definitely emphasized here in Dead Reckoning is, okay, Ethan, you refuse to live in a world where your friends die. So what are you gonna do if one of them does die? What then? What will happen? Will you still be able to hold on to your morals and your beliefs? If that does happen, what then, Ethan? What's gonna happen then? And I think that's, and so like for example, like when for, you know, spoiler for a movie that's like been out now for several years now, when Ilsa, Rebecca Ferguson's character, dies, they're like, that's like, okay, Ethan, Ilsa's dead. What are you gonna do now? What will happen now? Are you gonna be able to hold on to your beliefs and your ideas? And Lucer like straight up like questions Ethan on that. Like, what now? What are you gonna do? Like when you see Gabriel, what's gonna happen? So it's very interesting. Yeah, I do like Dead Reckoning, by the way. I do like Dead Reckoning. It is like an extension of the ideas presented in Fallout.
Can we talk about how Ilsa basically knew that one of them, either her or Grace, was going to die, and made sure that she was the one that was going to die, just so Grace is the one that lives?
Because, yeah.
And Ethan does not hold it against Grace at all.
No, that's like literally like no one holds it against Grace. Grace is like, you know, it's my fault she's dead, and then like Lucer's like, no, she's the reason you're alive.
They know what the mission is.
Exactly. Even if they don't like the fact that Ilsa is dead, they understand why she died, and they're not gonna hold it against Grace. By the way, fun fact. So, Grace, played by Haley Atwell, legit did not notice until like looking up stuff for or Dead Reckoning. It's fucking Peggy Carter from Captain America.
You didn't know that?
Dude, when I first watched Dead Reckoning in theaters, completely unrecognizable. I legit did not realize. Oh shit! Wait, this is fucking Peggy from Captain America? What? What? So now knowing that, now when I see Haley, I was like, okay, no, I see it now. Yeah, it's the same woman who played Peggy from Captain America. But like initially, unrecognizable, man. It's crazy. It's like, oh my gosh, wow. So yeah. By the way, Grace is a great addition to the cast and like the overall like team and stuff.
Yeah,
she's great. She's fun. She's got great chemistry.
I especially love the scene when she's actually becomes part of the team.
Oh yeah, yeah. Nick, I think Tom Cruise has a thing for English actresses. Haley Atwell, Rebecca Ferguson. I think he likes them English woman, Nick.
So Changus, that scene, it's like I can't promise.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. Like I can't promise your safety, but I can tell you this: your life will always matter more than mine. It's like you barely know me. what difference does that make? It's like, oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, oh my gosh, yes. And I'm like, and that was the moment I said, Changus, you were right. You were like, what? That is such a fucking Optimus line.
Yeah, that is such an Optimus line thing to say. It's like, but it's like,
I can't promise your safety, but I can tell you this: your life will always matter more than my own.
But you barely know me.
What difference does that make?
It's like, oh yeah, man, yeah, it's great. So yeah, it's great. Oh yeah, also Kittredge is back.
Yeah,
Kittredge is back. Actually, okay. Well, we'll talk about Final Reckoning, but now, thinking about it, there is one thing I do kind of want to mention about Kittredge when we get to Final Reckoning that I think is a bit of a step backwards from Dead Reckoning. I won't lie. I'll talk about more when we get to Final Reckoning. But it's kind of a thing where I was like making dinner, Nick. I was like, actually, now I think about it, that one, there is that one thing now I think about like Kittredge, like, kind of feels like they took a step back. I don't know. We'll talk about it. But hey, Kittredge is back though, Nick.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's nice. Yeah, but I think what also just I think what I really like so far with Mission Impossible, starting with Fallout and so far Dead Reckoning and Final Reckoning are the movies that like are really expanding upon this, is really the idea of Ethan Hunt is a man who wants to protect all innocent life. He values innocent life. He values the lives of his friends and those he cares about. And this is a man who knows what is right and what is wrong in a world where like morality is becoming increasingly gray and hard to define. Like literally, like when Ethan and Kittredge are talking, like Kittredge is talking about how with if we control the entity, we can literally define what is right, what is wrong for everyone, and Tom Cruise is the only guy to know no, that's a terrible thing. No one has the right to define, has the right to tell others what is and what isn't, correct, and not obviously, in a sense that hey, we're in a sense that only our ideas is right, your ideas is wrong, because Tom Cruise doesn't believe that. Ethan Hunt doesn't believe that. Ethan is a guy who's no, people sure, there is objectively right and wrong in the world. There always is going to be objectively a right and wrong, but especially in but what happens when people who are susceptible to corruption have the power to define what is right and wrong? That is a dangerous world that Ethan doesn't want. It's what's so fascinating is you can see throughout this movie, Ethan Hunt becomes what kind of differentiates Ethan Hunt from a spy like James Bond is at the end of the day, everything James Bond does is for God and country. But Ethan Hunt is a man who, if he believes that this will detriment everyone, even if it means serving country, he will betray his country for the overall greater good. And I think that's so fascinating. This is a man who doesn't allow, nationality and all that to define him. He's a man who wants good for everyone in the entire world. And it's great. I love it. And I think Final Reckoning is the movie that really emphasizes this the most and pushes it to the limit.
Oh, yeah.
That said, before we talk about Final Reckoning, I need to use the restroom. Give me 1 second, everyone. Give me 1 second, everyone. I'll be right back. Give me a minute. I'll be right back. I gotta use the restroom. Right back. 1 second. Yeah. Alright. I had to take my pants off. It's getting stuffy and hot in my room. Oh my gosh, my chair is... my chair right now is damp. Because it's so hot and sweaty. Oh my goodness. Alright, anyways. This scene, what is this, Chelsea? What'd you just think? Oh, the wire stunt from the first movie. Yeah, that's great. That's a great movie. That's a great stunt. Alright. Alright. Nick, you there? Uh-oh. Hold on. Let's...
Huh?
Oh! Okay. No, I was just wondering if you're still here, that's all.
Oh, yeah, I am.
Oh, okay, because it kind of got silent for a bit.
I just spaced out for a second.
Oh my gosh. I said I was going to use the restroom. I wouldn't be long.
I know, but like, I'm like, I was thinking about something, and I got lost in that thing.
Okay. Welcome back, Chelsea. I am back. Anyways. Oh, by the way, now we're like almost like 3.5 hours into the stream. Now we can finally talk about Final Reckoning.
Actually, one more thing.
Yeah.
About Dead Reckoning.
Okay.
I don't think we really talked about like how the entity is as a character. Because the entity is actually kind of fucking scary.
Oh, well, yeah. When you really think about it, entity is scary, man.
This is like the first Mission Impossible villain that really fucks with like how they with their system, like with their operations in a way like that's.
Oh yeah.
Like personal, and they have to like actually actively rethink how they do things.
Yeah, it's. I would say this is also, in a sense, it's also kind of similar to like Ghost Protocol, where like things are just going wrong because the entity is, again, it's like it says,
playing 4D chess.
Lucifer straight up said you're playing 4D chess with an algorithm. That like how can you can't just beat that, Ethan. Like,
I mean, it's pretty much why it uses Gabriel as its proxy, because it knows that Ethan is the only person in the world who would actively want to destroy it.
Yeah.
And willing to destroy it, and determined and resourceful enough to do so.
So it chooses.
So he needs someone with personal history as his enforcer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Is how
knowing that, especially knowing since Gabriel would be the kind of person to make sure he'd be the only one to learn where the Sevastopol is.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing that either Gabriel kills Ethan or Ethan kills Gabriel. Gabriel. I just keep saying Gabriel. At the first time it's an accident. Now I'm just saying it on purpose. Gabriel. This time I said it accurately on purpose. Watch me say Gabriel again. But,
oh my goodness.
Well, I mean, I just did it on purpose now, but like, watch me do it on accident again. Gabriel. Either Gabriel kills Ethan or Ethan kills Gabriel. The entity wins.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the entity wins either way.
So you really have to. So the only real way to beat the entity is to literally fight it by doing things it would never think you would do.
Mm-hmm. And see, that's why I think this is the perfect. This is like the perfect ultimate like villain for Ethan. Because Ethan is the guy who would be we've established he's the one guy who would be crazy enough to think like that in a way that Ethan's not necessarily outsmarting the entity. It says the entity cannot predict Ethan, because Ethan is just that. He's just that guy. So, but
the entity can never think how Ethan thinks.
Exactly. But see, that's also why the entity knows that. That's why the entity then it goes for the next best thing, his friends. Because they don't think like Ethan, but also, but the entity also knows though, and while it can't think like Ethan, it knows that Ethan is a very empathetic and emotional guy. So if it threatens his friends, if his friends are put in the crossfire, then the entity has leverage.
Yep. I mean, the fucking thing drew out Benji to stop a fake bomb. And
yeah.
And knew it was Benji that was gonna go get it.
You are done. Like hell we're not. Like hell we are. No. It's done. As in D-U-N-N. My last name. So.
And that's who I am.
By the way, can I also just I don't think we ever mentioned it, but starting with Mission Impossible 3, we get introduced to the character Benji, and man, seeing Benji throughout these movies is legit incredible to see. You're seeing an action. You see, while Benji's not the main character, you do see somewhat of a arc and growth in him. You see how hanging out with Ethan, emboldens him and makes him more brave. It makes him a better person, and and you see how that all culminates in the final reckoning. By the time we'll talk about but in the newest movie, Final Reckoning, Benji has grown so much, man. It's incredible to see. It's incredible to see. I love Benji, man. He's great. Have I mentioned I like Benji, Nick?
Oh yeah, Benji's great.
Yeah, but Benji is
the trio. I love the trio of Benji, Luther, and Ethan.
Oh yeah, it's fun to see, man. I love them. So also not gonna lie, I think Simon Pegg growing out facial hair is the best thing to happen to Benji.
Yeah.
Well, okay. To be fair, also he did lose weight, so because you do kind of see that in Mission Impossible 3, Simon is is very clearly Simon Pegg, like comedic Simon Pegg, but then you see how as age goes, as he kind of ages, you see how Simon Pegg did lose a lot of weight, so honestly, it kind of works in it kind of works in favor for the character of Benji. I said Dungy. Wow. Wow. That's right. My favorite character played by Simon Pegg, Dungy. Oh my goodness. But anyways, so yeah. Benji's great, and again, especially in Final Reckoning. Oh my gosh, it's great. Yeah. So yeah, I really like. Yeah, I really do like Dead Reckoning. I do. It is considered one of my favorite Mission Impossible movies. Again, could just be recency bias and stuff. Not gonna lie, Fallout might still maybe I'll wake up one day and go, you know what? Actually, no, Fallout is the best. Either way, man. Starting with Fallout, the latest 3 Mission Impossible movies, Fallout, Dead Reckoning, and Final Reckoning, all feel like this nice, cool, sort of trilogy going on, and it's nice. It's really cool. It's really nice, man. So I guess that all leads us now. Actually, wait, I just realized since it's just the two of us. Hold on, give me 1 second. Where's my thingies? Where's my thingies, Nick? Where is it?
Okay. Okay, granted, it was something I was gonna mention if we talked last night. But Chase, I had the idea of having a thumbnail where it's either you or me, like doing the being like Ethan and doing like the wire, like in the
Oh.
first movie,
Mhm.
and either you or me being the other one is Luther.
Oh, okay. That actually sounds fun. I just ended up being really tired last night, Nick.
That's fair.
You know what? To be fair, I think this is somewhat of a good segue into the next point. Oh wait, no, we're not talking about spoilers yet. We'll get to it. I want a good chunk to talk about it, free of spoilers, and then we'll talk about spoilers. I'm gonna try to be as spoiler free as possible for Final Reckoning. So, and it does tie into last night in general. So yesterday, I trusted Tom Cruise. Well, we both trusted Tom Cruise one last time with the final reckoning. I pray to God this isn't a Transformers The Last Night situation where not you, Nick, but like where everyone else has like a big problem with it. I'm the only one going, I really liked it. I'm really hoping it's not this situation. But I'm not gonna lie. I really liked the Final Reckoning. I liked all of it. Dare I say, I even didn't really have that much of a problem with the first half of the movie. Oh my gosh. And that's really the part where I'm going, am I stupid, Nick? Am I crazy? Am I the only one who didn't really mind the first half? What's going on? Am I stupid? Don't answer that, Nick. Of course I'm stupid. But not, but you know what I mean? Like, am I stupid for thinking that, like, I didn't really have that much of a problem with the first half?
I think people are a bit too harsh on it.
Okay. Because I don't know. I didn't mind the first half of the movie. I do think the second half of the movie is where things do, like, really start picking up, like, ramping up. But I also liked the first half, though. So again, that's the part where I'm just, like, sitting here, like, what's going on? Am I the stupid one? I don't know. So, but anyway, overall, I just want to say, overall, Final Reckoning, do I recommend it? Yes. I do. I do recommend the final. I do really recommend the Final Reckoning. It's probably one of my. I think I like Dead Reckoning a little more than Final Reckoning. But that said, Final Reckoning is still up there. Then again, I could wake up one day and I'll just go, actually, you know what? Fallout is the best. Because, man, Fallout really was just that good.
Yeah.
So, who knows? But I liked the Final Reckoning. It is obviously, continuation of Dead Reckoning. The story and its ideas. And I thought, it was really cool. It was really neat. Let's see. So this movie really does want to make you feel that this is like the finale. This 100% feels like the big finale to this entire series. Like literally, like a good. Just like literally throughout the first half of the movie, they do a lot of things to really like, I guess, remind you of the journey that has been going on throughout the entire series. A lot of cool nifty callbacks to like the first movie and everything. Again, there's not. I don't want to give anything away. We'll talk about it with spoiler free, but the Rabbit's Foot, again, ends up actually becoming a big part of this movie. So Mission Impossible 3 retroactively becomes a pretty important movie for this series in general. So it's really interesting to see. There's also just a lot of characters also that return from like the first Mission Impossible movie, but I will say this: the characters that return from the first Mission Impossible movie, especially one of them, they're not just there simply for oh, guys, you remember the first movie? Like one of them, the characters that returns from the first Mission Impossible movie, is not just there as you remember the first movie, guys? You remember the first movie? This dude actually ends up becoming like a mainstay going on from that point when he's introduced in the movie. There's a point where like, oh shit, wait, like when you're watching, it's like, oh shit, wait, he's actually staying. Oh, he's actually becoming like part of like the team now. Oh, okay. Oh, interesting. Like he's not just there to just as a throwaway just to remember the first one. Like he actually ends up becoming like part of the team. It's like, oh, that's really neat. That's cool. Nice. So, I thought so. I thought it was neat. I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe I'm susceptible to key dangling. Oh, ooh, it's the guy from the first Mission Impossible movie. Oh, shiny key. Oh. Maybe that is what's going on. I don't know. I thought it was legit neat that like the guy returned and ended up becoming like pretty big part of the movie. Actually, it was really neat. The entity here. Well, actually, no. I'll talk a bit about the entity. So later. So I do also want to mention Gabriel here. So Gabriel here is, once again, one of the main antagonists of this movie. But there is, how do I put it? There is a shakeup going on here, and it's all because technically Gabriel failed the entity during the last movie. So because of that failure, there's been a huge shakeup with Gabriel here. He's still the big bad guy, but there's now different motives going on, etc. There's a big shakeup with how Gabriel is. He still is, one of the main threats, but again, he's not the main threat, the big baddie. That's still the entity. So that's why when some people say, I don't really like how Gabriel was here. I think he was fine here. I think Gabriel was fine here, just like Dead Reckoning, because again, Gabriel, while he is like one of the huge obstacles, he's not the main, he's not the overall main thing you gotta stop. It's the entity. The entity is the one that is the big thing that's fucking with everyone. That said, I do want to mention, it is very interesting to see how, even though entity is still the main thing that's fucking with everyone, the entity takes a less active role here than Dead Reckoning. But to be fair, to be fair, I think it's because in the context of the movie, in this situation, the entity has, obviously he hasn't won. It hasn't won, but like the entity in Final Reckoning is now in a position where
it's winning.
It is, yeah, it's winning. So it doesn't need to take as much of an active role as it did in Dead Reckoning, because why does it need to? The entity is in a position where it can just take a bit more of a backseat and wait for things to play out, because the entity at this point, because everyone keeps saying, we're now living in the entity's reality. The entity is winning. It is the main, it's in a position where it can't just wait for everyone to just slip up and fuck up. Not to spoil anything. We're gonna get to it. Well, we'll get to spoilers soon. But, without spoiling anything, the finale climax of this movie really revolves around the idea that the entity is in a position where just literally like less than a second like of a screw up, the entity wins. The stakes have never been higher. Like, if you screw up just a millisecond, the entity wins. And the world is doomed. But it's really tense. And I will also say that, like, the movie throughout is really tense. Especially the second half. I still thought the first half was also pretty tense. But the tension in the first half and the second half are, like, different reasons of tense. And I think that's maybe, I think also maybe, like, I think maybe that's what it is. It's not the first half isn't bad. It's just that the second half is where things really start, like, racketing up to the next level. Things get even more intense in the second half. And I think it's just that the second half does overshadow the first half a bit. But, again, maybe I'm the stupid one here. I really enjoyed the first half of the movie, though. So, who knows? If there's... That's it. Okay, so, if there's one thing I think I can say about this movie that's maybe a criticism, I think ultimately comes down to pacing. So, the first half is a slower pace than the second half. The second half is paced much faster, but that wasn't really a problem for me, because I thought, oh, I think the slower first half works in the sense that, this is like, this is all build up, setting up for the second half, for things to really ratchet up. You gotta have a slow half to, get you settled in, and and you build it up to the second half, where then you go all out. It's like, oh, whoa, holy shit. So, at least that's my opinion. But that said, the pacing of this movie also does kind of add to another thing, which is the length of this movie. This is pretty much a 3-hour movie. Like, obviously, it's like this movie's like, what, like 2 hours? I think like 40 something minutes, something like that. But it is still a long ass movie. Like by the time you get out of the theater, it has pretty much been like 3 hours. Oh no, it's actually, I was wrong. It's 2 hours. It's 2 hours 50 minutes. So it really is like a 3-hour movie. It really is a 3-hour movie. So like, and the thing is, I don't have a problem with 3-hour movies, but I think with just how this movie is paced, for me, there's a difference with how this 3-hour movie felt for me compared to something like The Batman, where, in a sense, where The Batman was 3-hour, like almost a 3-hour movie, but like it was one of those movies where, like, after you're done watching, you're like, oh, for real, wow, 3 hours passed? I didn't know that. Holy shit! Because the Batman's just paced that great. It's wonderful. That Final Reckoning is not. So Final Reckoning is not that it wastes time. I don't think it wastes time. I don't think any of the pacing of this movie wastes time. But the thing to know about the Final Reckoning, though, is that it doesn't waste your time, but you do end up feeling the 3 hours at the end. If that makes sense. Like, but like when I was done watching the Final Reckoning, when I got out of theaters, there was a legit feeling of like, wow. Yeah, that was 3 hours, alright. But like, it's not a 3 hours that feels wasted. It's just, like, I don't know how to put it. It's like I don't know. Okay, this is probably not the best analogy. This probably doesn't work. I don't know. I'm just gonna go with it anyways. It's it's like a sports game, if that makes sense. It's like a sports game, where like you're playing a game of whatever sport, I don't know, like football or something, you know, and it takes and you know like football games, they take a while. They can take long because you know every second counts in a football game. So it can take a while. It can't be long for the football game to go on, but you don't regret and you don't and after you're done, it's not that you regret the amount of time you spent watching the football game, but you do end up coming out of the football game like, wow, that was a long game, huh? Sure was, buddy. Man, that really was a long game. So it can, so it's like that where like you don't feel the time was wasted, but you do feel the time that passed by. And so when you're done watching the Final Reckoning, you do feel a little bit tired and exhausted. But it's not a bad tired and exhausted, like, oh, my time was wasted. It's just like, man, that sure was a long movie. That sure was long. At least in my opinion. I think so. I think also another reason for like a lot of that's it though. I think also another reason for like the exhaustion you kind of feel afterwards is because I would say arguably the second half of the movie because is like non-stop tension. Like for a good chunk of the second half of the movie, everything feels so tense that like you're almost on the edge of your seat all the time. Like legitimately, once Tom Cruise literally hits the water, that's when you start getting on the edge of your seat and you're going, oh, hold on, ooh. So I think just the length of the movie and all that like tension that you feel throughout the second half, you end up kind of feeling exhausted because it's like it's like you're like decompressing, you know, like you were tensed up all the time. You gotta detense yourself, and you're left like going like, wow, boy, I'm tired. Wowee. So I think so. It's like it's not necessarily like a problem with the movie. It's just something you're gonna feel, I think. Did you feel that way, Nick? Like after watching and you came out of the theater, like, man, that was a long movie. Wasn't bad, but like, whew. Did you ever feel that way?
I felt that way by the time dude's hitting the water.
Fuck, man, I don't know. I must be stupid at this point, man. I don't know. Okay.
I mean, we all know you're stupid. But, let me see. I didn't have a problem with like me going, "Oh my gosh, this is long."
Okay.
But like, I mean, I didn't dislike it, but in the sense that I didn't hate that it was long. But like, I'm like, yeah, this is long. And I think that is a detriment in the sense because, okay, so like when he's in the water and there's the scene when we finally get to the Sevastopol.
Yeah.
It's a very tense scene.
It is.
And I felt this feels like a finale scene.
Okay, I see.
And especially considering how the plot's been going up to that moment.
Uh-huh.
It didn't feel like it should have been a finale.
Okay. I could kind of understand where you're coming from. Okay.
I do have one other problem.
Okay.
It's not a major one, but just something I do got feel.
Huh?
It hurts it slightly, but nothing that's a deal breaker for me.
Okay.
And this is I do have a few more, but we'll get to that spoiler section.
Yeah.
This movie has a lot of flashbacks.
Okay. It
does.
does.
It really feels like a. I was like, hey, remember this from this Mission Impossible?
I guess. I don't know. I didn't really have a problem with it.
When we learn about a certain character having a relationship to another character, that's why I felt like you're going, okay, this was getting a bit too much.
I guess I don't know. I didn't really have that much of a problem with the flashbacks.
It's not so much the flashbacks itself. It's just that there's so much.
Even then, I didn't really have that much of a problem with it. I don't know. Maybe
it isn't so much a problem as if it didn't feel like it was like it was telling me, hey, remember this from this Mission Impossible?
I guess I don't know.
It can be very distracting. That's what I'm saying.
Maybe maybe I'm just different. I didn't really find it that much. I didn't really find it that distracting. So, you all right?
Yeah, I just had to cough mucus.
Okay. Oh, I didn't really find it that distracting. I'll be honest. Maybe is I'm like being more lenient because it's Mission Impossible.
Believe me, I'm being lenient too.
I don't know. Like I don't know. I just didn't feel that same like kind of exhaustion with that like you did. Like it's just I don't know. It's different. Like it was different here to like something like watching like I don't know, like Star Wars.
Well, yeah, it's better than how Star Wars is doing it.
Yeah, like we're like, oh, like what was the movie? Fucking Return of the Jedi or something. I think that was the movie that really did all the guys. It's that guy from Star Wars. Ooh. So,
you mean Force Awakens?
No, Nick. It's not just. Well, Nick, it's not just Force Awakens.
Well, I mean the entire sequel trilogy.
I don't know. I just didn't feel it. I just didn't feel it like that compared to. Like I didn't really feel like that with Mission Impossible compared to, you know, something. It
was
like
really
Star
when we
Wars.
got to one specific moment where like, where I felt like that didn't really need to be necessary.
Okay. I don't know. But again, maybe I'm more lenient. Oh, I am being more lenient. I don't know. I think how do I describe this? I think maybe. Okay, here's probably how I would put it. I think over the years, I've become more lenient on certain things because I like respecting an artist's vision. Hear me out. Okay, so at the end of the day, these Mission Impossible movies, these are Tom Cruise's art form. Oh, you know, crazy stunts and action set pieces and all that. Yeah, but it's still his art, like his art form. Like you can tell that Tom Cruise cares about this stuff. Because at the end of the day, Tom Cruise legitimately believes in the movie theater experience, and he wants to deliver the best movie theater experience he can. And he's an action guy, so he's found his niche, and so he knows, well, I'm gonna give the people the best movie theater experience the way I know how, and I'm really good at it, which is really good action movies and action set pieces. So even if there was like flaw and all that, maybe I've just grown to be more lenient to it, because in a sense I've come to respect the intent of the artist and their vision behind it. That's not saying that's not saying that they're free from criticism, because even if you appreciate like the art and the artist's intention and stuff behind it, you can still criticize it. I'm not one of those people who like oh no, you can't criticize, you can't just criticize art like that. Art is subjective and all that. Like, no, I think there's still room for criticism. Like, you can still criticize this movie, but I guess I just personally can be more lenient, because while yes, the criticism is valid, I'm more looking at it through the lens of like, I guess in a sense, another artist. I'm really trying to make this point without sounding like a pretentious douchebag, Nick.
I know.
Because like whenever you talk about like art, like whenever you talk like art and artists talk and all that, I worry that it's gonna make me come across like, oh, you're one of those like those pretentious douchebag art people, huh? It's like, no, I'm not. I don't want to be one of those pretentious douchebag guys. But like,
well, when you see art, you know it's art.
Yeah, and like I feel like I've become more lenient because of that like mindset. So like, again, that's not saying it's not free from criticism. You have every right to criticize it. Again, I even have some. I've said my stuff that I feel like could be would definitely qualify as criticism of this movie, but like maybe it's because again this lenient mindset that like I end up walking out of a movie with a much better experience than other people. This isn't like Transformers The Last Night, where back then I just liked it because it was a fun movie, but also like it was not that I liked it because like if I went back now with this mindset I have, like knowing art from an artist when I see it mindset, I still would think Transformers The Last Night is bad because it isn't even good as an art, because you can tell at that point the artist Michael Bay, he gave up. He doesn't give a shit about Transformers The Last Night. You could feel it, you can tell it. But here you can tell, you feel the passion Tom Cruise has behind it. So maybe that's made me more lenient. But again, that doesn't mean it's you can't criticize it. So I don't know. Overall point I'm trying to make is I ended up liking the movie. Maybe I am just as stupid. Maybe I am just as stupid. Who knows? I don't know. I fucking paid what? What was like movie ticket prices back during like COVID and shit? What, like, I think it was still like $20 back then too. I paid like 20-something bucks for like Madam Web and Morbius, man. So maybe I am just as stupid. Who knows?
I feel like you're doing this movie a disservice by comparing it to Madam Web and Morbius.
I'm not trying to, but like, The point I'm trying to make, Nick, is I feel like I'm going crazy for like because everyone has all these like things to say about Mission Impossible, and I'm the one going, really?
You know what is? I think the reason I think we gotta say these things is because it is a part 2 to something that's been building up. And this is possibly the last Mission Impossible movie. So it's like the crescendo.
Yeah, I understand that, but like, I don't, but like, if this really is it for Mission Impossible, I don't really have a problem with that. To be honest, if this is it for Mission Impossible, I'm happy with how it ended. And
I mean, me too.
You know, it's like I'm happy this is the finale. If people don't feel the same way, they can feel that way. They're welcome to. It's just I feel like I'm going crazy in a sea of, in like what seems to be a growing sea of people going, I didn't like this finale, and I'm the one guy going, I like, you know what it is, Nick? You remember several nights ago when we were playing Snoop Game, we were joking about like Fang's band, how like everyone's booing them. Imagine, and it was like, hey Nick, imagine if there's like one guy there, there's just one guy like that actually like I don't know, I thought it was pretty cool. I feel like I'm that one guy, Nick. I feel like that one guy was like, I don't know, I thought it was actually pretty cool. So, so yeah, but that's it. I don't know. Overall, my opinion, at the end of the day, right? At the end of the day, this is all still just our opinion, and people can make up their own opinions. It is, you know, we use, you know, like objective and subjective stuff to form an opinion. But at the end of the day, I think like when it comes to like movies and art forms and stuff, I think people are welcome to have their own opinion of it. There's still things you can say are objectively wrong with something, but people can enjoy what they want. Not saying that I'm not saying they can't enjoy it. So overall, my opinion, I loved The Final Reckoning, and Nick liked it.
See, here's the thing. I still can put it in the top 3.
Okay.
You make it sound like a...
Cause I'm not gonna lie, Nick. It really was when you like cause I was like, oh man, that was like a great movie. But I'm a little tired, so I wake up like, cause I went to sleep early. I wake up around like 6 my time, and I see your message like, oh shit, he tried like calling me and stuff. I went to sleep, damn. But you went to watch the movie. I was like, hey, how was it? You know, because I really liked it. And you know what it is, Nick? Because we usually have very similar, you know, like tastes and opinions. So like when all of a sudden when I see your opinion, like, I have some problems, but overall it's all right. It's like, oh.
See, here's the thing. I thought you're like, oh. And I'm like, I read that, I'm like, you make it sound like I hate the movie. I'm like, because here's the thing, watching it, I'd be like you. Watching it, I'd feel like you. I'd be like that. I'm like, oh yeah, this is awesome. Especially like the whole third act.
Yeah.
That third act alone puts it in the top 3 for me. But like if I have to think, but like I'm someone who's like, oh yeah, I really enjoyed this. This isn't good, but I liked it. I'm like that kind of person who can really enjoy something. But I know it ain't perfect. Like I really gotta go.
I'm not saying this movie's perfect either, but
it's like my overall enjoyment was like, oh, that was, I had a great time. Glad I watched it. Yeah. I'll probably see it again. Not gonna lie, just because I really liked it.
I am gonna go see it again with my dad for like Memorial Day.
Nice.
Yeah.
So yeah, I totally gotta see it again. But like even then, I'm like, man, that was good. There was these things that I gotta acknowledge about it, though.
Okay.
It's like that thing that really makes me not like it as much as Fallout or the first part.
Okay. Okay then.
It's like you almost had it. You were this close to perfection.
Okay. All right then, I get you. So, yeah, I'm gonna go watch it again. You know what? Maybe when I rewatch it, Nick, my opinion will change. Cause shocker, right? This is such a shocker nowadays on the internet. But opinions can change. Did you know that?
Yeah.
Wow. You mean not everyone always has the same opinion initially? Whoa. So who knows? Maybe my opinion will change. I'm gonna go rewatch it like Memorial Day with my dad. Maybe I'll walk out of the theater going, you know what? On second thought, you were right about some things, Nick. Or maybe it won't. Maybe I'll still have the same opinion. Who knows? So, yeah. Also, submarines are fucking scary.
Oh my gosh, submarines scare the fuck. Chase,
submarines are fucking scary, man.
Watching the scene with in the Sevastopol, I'm like, fuck that.
Okay. You know what? I think now is a good time to get into spoiler talk. So we're gonna get to spoiler talk. So let me put up the big sign. Boom, spoiler alert. Anyone watching, listening in right now, if you haven't seen Mission Impossible: Final Reckoning, now's the time where you should probably tune out. And because now we're gonna talk about spoilers. We're gonna talk about fucking spoilers now. So this is your last warning. So 3, 2, 1. Spoiler talk. Submarines are fucking scary, man. Nick, it's not just the Sevastopol, Nick, the scene that got me really fucking terrified about submarines is when Ethan fucking got off the submarine while it was turning, and Nick, the Russian submarine tailing it. Holy shit!
Oh my god!
Holy shit, Nick! It is just this big gray metal mass, but it's so terrifying, man. Oh my gosh!
It's bounces off of it. I'm like, ooh.
And when he's about to hit the rotor, Nick, it's like, oh my gosh! Oh!
I know.
Submarines are fucking scary.
I hate the ocean. Why do we go there? Nothing down there. Nothing down there should exist. We should not know about it. All it does is bring us pain, like the anglerfish. Why does that exist?
But no,
I don't like the idea of Ethan being at anglerfish depth.
Oh my gosh. Okay, but Nick, can I also say the visuals of this movie are on point. Nick, when Ethan is diving down little by little, the fucking flares popping out, lighting the way. Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
See, and like shit like that, Nick, is what I mean. Like this is Tom Cruise's art form. That's like this is what movie theaters were made for, man. Unfortunately, I don't have the money for IMAX, but Nick, I bet you anything, like if my opinion would actually be even higher if I watched this, because you could tell those shots were meant for IMAX, like on an even bigger screen, with like the black bars creating like an aspect ratio. Holy shit! That that scene would be even more. The submarines would be even more terrifying. Oh my gosh. But, oh my gosh, submarines are fucking scary, man. Why? Who thought submarines was a good idea, Nick? Who thought that was a good idea? They're terrible. It's literally like fucking like metal tombs, Nick. That you just like one wrong like move, like you poke a hole in. You're literally like in like a fucking like balloon underwater. One hole, boom, you're dead. God,
I hate this.
Submarines are scary, man. But no. So
Genghis.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, I was so tense with when the inside of the Sevastopol starts flooding. And he's just trying to get a way out before he falls. All that freaks out because you see one exit and he tries swimming there. And it's like blocked. I'm like, oh fuck. See, it tries another exit. Ah, damn it! Tries a fucking missile pod.
There's a torpedo.
It's already in there. I'm like, oh.
So he has. Oh, there's another torpedo pod. Okay, this one's empty, so I could go in. Fuck, my suit won't fit.
Chase, this really felt like it could have been the last action sequence in a Mission Impossible movie, because this really felt like Ethan really had no option left.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, and I do. It was really tense.
Yeah, it really felt like this could have, like, in a different movie, this could have been the last one. And it's so tense because it really started feeling like you don't know how Ethan's gonna get out of this. Then he gets naked. So I could kind of see where you're coming from. I think for me, the reason why I'm more lenient as well for that is because there's an issue.
No, it's not an issue. So I think also why I don't really feel like the same way that much is because, honestly, for me, the planes were more tense.
Oh, obviously.
Oh my gosh.
Obviously, they were more tense.
Planes.
But like basically but like I'm saying, like
I get what you're saying. Yeah, I get what you're saying. But the planes, man. Oh my gosh.
I know. Oh my gosh.
Oh my
We'll get to that. We'll get to the planes. Actually, there's a issue I have with the whole Sevastopol plot.
Okay.
And it really has to do with also the first move, like Dead Reckoning.
Okay.
Because a lot of the climaxes, Ethan has to make sure he doesn't kill Gabriel. Because he's the only person who knows where the Sevastopol is.
Yeah.
So it felt like, the whole idea is because he's the only one who knows where the Sevastopol is. The next movie has to really deal with finding Gabriel and get to the Sevastopol.
I think I know where you're going now.
And it kind of feels like you didn't need Gabriel. It feels like they kind of.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I do see that. I do see that now. Actually, so that is actually an interesting point. Yeah. But I think it's also just because this is also just a consequence of the shift in I think it's just a consequence of the shift of how the entity is treated here. Because now the entity is now in a position where it is winning. If it wanted to, it could just nuke everyone. If it wanted to. Well, not entirely. Like now, it's slowly making its way to nuke everyone, like fucking Skynet. It's on its way to do that, but because Gabriel failed last time, the entity feels that it no longer needs, Gabriel, a person who's not gonna fulfill its will. So, because as a consequence of that, now Gabriel is in this position where he no longer is working for the entity, rather he wants to control the entity just like everyone else. And I think with that shift, then you do also notice that there's another big shift with how Gabriel and Ethan's relationship is from this point forward. So now, like, so I think this is just also, that's just a big consequence of Gabriel no longer working for the entity. So I do kind of see where you're coming from now. I do see where you're coming from now. Maybe if Gabriel, maybe if Gabriel, but I think the thing is, you know what it is? It's because their initial plan was, yes, we gotta find Gabriel. He's the only one to find the Sevastopol. But again, because Gabriel is no longer working for the entity, the entity itself has now chosen Ethan as its, quote-unquote, chosen one, rather than Gabriel. So now, it's in the sense that the entity itself has made Gabriel not that useful in the situation anymore. And I think that is a very interesting idea. It's an interesting way of handling things, but I do understand where you're coming from now. Yeah, that does in turn though make Gabriel feel a little bit useless. So I do kind of see where you're coming from there. That's it. That's it. Speaking of Gabriel, how do you feel about his fate? The way he went out.
That was great. Oh, that was great.
Because apparently that's a point of contention people have, where like they don't like the way Gabriel was killed. Again, I'm fine with it because, again, I think it's the people have the mindset that Gabriel is the big bad, not the entity. So like they think like like Gabriel's the big bad, so he deserves a bigger bang for a send out, right? But like
I think it's because like you had considering that Gabriel was responsible for killing 2 of Ethan's like loves, and like how much they really tried to give like this idea of like he is like the ultimate adversary for Ethan. Like you would expect like a bigger, audience were probably expecting like a big like this need like a big like final confrontation, and we did it. We did. The confrontation itself. It's just how it ended was abrupt.
But see, I'm gonna be honest. I never had a problem with it because that's when you really think about it, that's kind of just how most villains in Mission Impossible went out.
Yeah.
Jim Phelps literally went out because the helicopter fucking crashed to the ground and just like the speed and like it.
You just cut him open, just cut him into bits.
Oh, ooh, not like that's it. He's dead. I guess in a sense, Sean in Mission Impossible 2 is the one that went out, in like the quote-unquote, like big send-off because Ethan personally gunned him down, 360 no scope, literally.
The ones that really say that are Sean and Walker.
But even then, Walker didn't really have the same way because Nick Walker died because fucking Hook just sunk into his head and the helicopter took him down. Like that's it. That's the end of Walker. That's the end of John Lord. Big Hook just boom, killed him, and then his body just gets tracked down with a helicopter. Like hell, Davian from Mission Impossible 3. Some people argue it's like
hit by a car.
Like the most terrifying Mission Impossible hit and run. Like a car literally just comes and just hits him. Boom.
Yeah,
he's dead.
So it's like And plus, like a big like ultimate death for a baddie just kind of would feel out of place in this franchise.
Besides, at the end of the day, the big baddie that you need
is
to
the
defeat,
AI.
Yeah, it's the AI, the entity. That's what needs to be.
Speaking of, I kind of have another issue.
Okay.
I'm kind of so like you kind of say like how the entity like is always winning. Problem is, other than like its presence being felt with like people reacting to it and trying to stop it, the entity kind of just doesn't really make itself a big deal until the very end. And I think that's an issue considering like how much of a terror an active threat it was in the last movie. I think a big issue of one of the reasons it felt really long, I'd argue, is because in that first act, like that first half, like before, like from like the start to the sub the entity doesn't really attack Ethan and the others. It's not. It doesn't. It's not an active threat. I think because there's not really an active threat, because the whole idea is like at this point they're trying to figure out like to get the source code.
Right.
But there wasn't really anyone trying to stop them until the Russians.
Well, there was also that one guy on the submarine that tried to stop Ethan.
Yeah.
So, I think it's because you know what it is, Nick? I think it's because the entity is very fascinating. Where like it is just a computer program at the end of the day, but like it's a self-aware program that has become sentient. I think Nick. Maybe they could have possibly like done a better job conveying this, but I think the idea that we're going for is the entity, in this weird sense, has become arrogant. Where now all the entity needs to really worry about is nuking the nukes, taking control of all the country's nukes, because I think the idea they're trying to go for, like the entity has become arrogant in a way, and so it doesn't really the entity in its own arrogant way, because at the end of the day, because Nick, they're really pushing that throughout the movie, especially in that reckoning. They were really pushing the idea of the entity being this thing that views itself as a god, like its whole its whole plan to like nuke the Earth. Why would the entity want to?
Really interesting. I think that's really interesting, and yeah, I agree with that. Well, I think one of the coolest things about how the entity's portrayed in the first act, in the first movie compared to the second, is it does all that. It's arrogant, has a god complex, and was planning to do all this stuff.
Yeah.
It's also afraid of Ethan. And it knows Ethan's the only thing that could ever actively defeat it. So it's trying to do anything in its power to stop him.
Okay, but I think also another thing is that they do kind of make it a point that at this point in the several months between Dead Reckoning and Final Reckoning, people, I think maybe this was on purpose. Well, I don't know. I think because another thing is people have sort of adapted already to the entity. Like the entity is still a threat. You can't exactly 100% stop it, but there
Yeah.
are ways people have already figured out where they can at least mitigate.
You know what is, Angus?
Mm.
The entity stopped feeling like a character.
Interesting.
The entity kind of really just did stop feeling like a character.
I could kind of see that a little bit. I again, maybe to be fair, maybe if this movie took place, if all this stuff happened directly, well, not necessarily all, but like the main point of this movie, all this happened directly after Dead Reckoning, like it picks up immediately after Dead Reckoning, then maybe the entity would still be treated like, you know, again, like a character, but also like a major threat. But I think also like, again, there is it's a small one, but it is somewhat of a small tiny time skip, because at the end of the day, because you know what it is, Nick, because they needed to buy time for Luther to create the thingy to trap the entity.
The poison pill.
The poison pill, but also the thing that actually traps the entity.
Yeah, the fifth dimensional fucking drive.
Well, you know, they call it fifth dimension. You know, whatever. The special box. Let's just call it a box that traps the entity. That, like, obviously Luther can't just whip that up that quickly. So
yeah, and I'm fine with the time skip and all that.
Mm-hmm.
My issue isn't so much the time; it's just the entity loses that presence that I thought was really compelling about the first act. And it's not. It's really just that the entity isn't as interesting as it was in the first movie.
Okay.
It loses. It stops being a character, and it kind of just feels like. And because it doesn't, and like because it and Gabriel don't really do anything until the third act. You have your main antagonist, like, up until the end. That causes the pacing issue. And
I think it's because they were trying to make an emphasis that at this point, maybe this is also like an issue of, like, they could have conveyed this better. I think what they're trying to do is the entity has grown arrogant to the point where it thinks the world itself will do its job for it. Because at the end of the day,
yeah, I can kind of see that. Especially the whole idea that the world has become so distrustful of each other, everyone's an enemy.
Because the first half was really trying to emphasize that it's Ethan versus the world.
Yeah.
So
I think that, and I really like that aspect. Still not our main antagonist.
I getcha. I get it. Then again, this is also just a product of this movie being written to be fair, I don't know when they actually wrote Dead Reckoning, because Fallout was I think 2019 or something like that. I think, maybe, unless I'm wrong. Oh no, 2018. So Fallout was 2018, and then so Dead Reckoning was 2023. So I don't know when exactly they finished writing Dead Reckoning, and when they started actually producing the actual movie afterwards. So maybe there's a possibility No, but see, this movie, those Dead Reckoning and Final Reckoning was filmed back to back. I think at the end of the day, really, it just, I think really what it just comes down to is they wrote the story to be really big, but the actual story itself ended up becoming really, like, maybe too big, maybe too long, and there's a possibility that like somewhere through the story, halfway through, they kind of lost sight of some original stuff in the beginning. But that's just I think that's just maybe a part of just the fact that the story might have ended up becoming a little too big for their, for its own good. There's a possibility. Again, I don't know exactly what went on in the writing room and all that, what went on in all the details of the production of these two, of Dead Reckoning and Final Reckoning. There's a possibility that at the end of the day, maybe they lost sight of some stuff halfway through because Dead Reckoning itself was like a 3-hour long movie. So this is a 6-hour long story, Nick. That's a long ass story. Look, obviously, there's stories longer than that, but you know what I mean. Like when it comes to like a movie, like if you took this movie, these two movies, and put them together into like maybe like a book, we're talking like I don't know how long that, like, it's several hundred pages long, man, maybe even more. So it most likely is there's gonna be a point where, like, maybe like more than like almost like several hundred pages into writing the story, there's gonna be a point where like you kind of gotta, like, you can't exactly just go back like another couple hundred to go to double check your work. Well, I mean, you can, but it's gonna be a pain in the ass, and there's like a production timetable and all that, So who really knows what happened? So maybe something got lost in the sauce, but it is a genuine criticism. It is a genuine criticism, but I don't think. But I don't think it's like it makes the movie as bad as some people are making it out to be. I think that's really what it is, Nick. There's just so like you are pointing out flaws that I am kind of now starting to see and understand, but like I think what gets to me is seeing other people talk about this movie as if like, no, this is like the worst one ever. Gosh, Mission Impossible fell off. Oh my gosh, how could they? But like I don't feel that way. I don't see it as this, worst thing ever to grace mankind. It's still fun. It's still good. So like I don't know where people get the idea that like, no, this is bad. This is terrible. This is trash. So like I liked it. I don't know. What to say? Oh, go ahead.
So I have the issue of the pacing, which again it feels a bit long in the first bit.
Mm-hmm.
You notice in between like the first act, like the first action sequence from like the opening to the scene in the tunnel system and to the Sevastopol, there isn't really a big action like super big action sequence.
There isn't.
And I think that also causes a bit of like, okay, the pacing issue, because like you get so much going through it that
I guess you know what, maybe you know what it is, I think, because I don't know, because I love the everything with the Sevastopol, but I also really love the whole plane sequence at the end. So and
yeah,
I think what it is, I think maybe why it feels like there's a pacing issue. Maybe there's a general pacing issue is because the second half has so much crammed into it going on, or at least it feels that way because the second half you got two major action set pieces going on in that second half. You got the Sevastopol, and you got the end with the flight, and then also at the same time with the flight, you also got to deal with the nuke inside the Doomsday Vault, along with setting up along with Benji, literally almost on the verge of passing out, trying to make sure they can actually trap the entity. So there's a lot going on in the second half compared to the first half, that it might seem like there's a pacing issue, but I think that's just because there's more. But I think I'm thinking it could be a pacing issue, but I think it's like maybe it's not so much there's more going on in the second half. It's just there's more. There I guess you feel more tension in the second half compared to the first half, so it makes it seem and feel like there's more going on in the second half than the first half. But again, in my mind, I don't mind the first half being like a slower pace, because it's like it's set up. This is the calm before the. In a sense, Nick, I feel like kind of like the calm before the storm. Does that make sense, Nick? Like the calm before the storm, you don't want to just constantly have, because at the same time, because while there's not much action going on, there still is a lot of stuff happening in the first half. Like fuck's sake, Luther, man, he's done.
Okay, first I want to mention.
Yeah.
Why did Luther have to get sick?
So, I know why, Nick, because it's visual storytelling. The idea that Luther is so focused on trying to create the poison pill and that like weird box that like to trap the entity, that he has just been neglecting his health. It's visual storytelling. Now
I see.
Now his actual
death though, no issue.
No issue. I'm not gonna lie. I got emotional, man.
Oh, me too.
I got emotional. I don't want to say.
I'm more surprised of how early on it was.
True. Now, here, Nick. Let me ask you this: do you think maybe if Luther's, I don't know, you would have to obviously change things around, like change the story a bit. Do you think if Luther's death was later on in the first half, do you think then maybe it wouldn't feel as slow?
That might have helped a bit with some pacing issues.
Because with Luther's
at the same time, I don't know, like considering the events that go on, I don't really know how you can move it around.
I get you, because Luther's death is early on, so in the sense like the first half. You know what it is? So like I think the first half itself can be divided into halves. So you get the first quarter of the movie, which is big stuff happening, and Luther fucking dies, man. But in the second quarter, Nick, that's when things slow down, and because they're setting everything up. They gotta set up Ethan to go rendezvous with the aircraft carrier and the submarine and all that, so that way he could and all that. So like there's a lot. So like. There's a difference in like pacing, because like I feel like there's a difference in pacing because like it starts off big and then it kind of slows down a bit, and then the second half, the next 2 quarters of the movie, big. You get big, slow, big, and I think that's why the first half feels slower, because again, like you start off big. And then you slow down things a bit because you got to do a lot of setup, and then you go into big, like the second half, which is a lot of tension happening almost non-stop. So yeah, but as for Luther himself, like the visual, I think at least I think the visual storytelling they were going for, he's so focused on trying to help Ethan defeat the entity. He has just been neglecting his health. It's visual storytelling. So but then Luther's death.
Okay, I get that.
Yeah.
Luther's death, man.
I know. So I also heard. So I know some people also said that like Luther's death didn't really like because like, oh, well, you know, William got away in time. Why couldn't Luther? Like, well, one, they're in, you know, like they established that like there is a close by room inside the Doomsday Vault where they could survive the explosion. And William found a way to delay, you know, the explosion by 10 seconds, so he and his wife could and Degas can like bum rush to the room for safety. But like with Luther, even if Luther found a way to delay the explosion,
you would still need 2 other people to help him.
And plus, where the fuck is Luther gonna go? There's no place to be safe. He straight up said, even like no matter what, the tunnel is gonna collapse. Where's he gonna go? Ethan was able to go escape because Luther bought him time. But also Luther's sick, man. Like even if they
he's on borrowed time anyway.
Even if they broke the cage, and they got Luther out, I don't think Ethan could reasonably, you know, drag Luther out. Ethan, despite all his crazy shit, and despite like everything we've said so far tonight, he's not Superman. He doesn't have Superman powers where he can go in, stop a nuke, and come out in less than 10 seconds. He's only human. So I'm fine with Luther's death. It is a shame that Luther died, and again I got emotional, man. I didn't like. I don't want to say I cried, but eyes did get wet, man.
I got bummed. Yeah, I got bummed.
My eyes did get moist.
Chase, you want to know when my eyes were getting moist?
I think I know what I think I know when. It's
the message.
The message. Yeah, no, Nick, the message that really got me that really got my eyes very wet. I was close to crying. I'm not gonna lie.
I know.
I didn't shed a tear, but I was very close to crying because like, oh fuck, so like, oh, but also can we talk about Benji, man? My boy Benji, again, I was telling you about the growth, man. Stepped up to the point that now here, Benji, team leader, man. Benji's leading the team. He's grown so much from that guy on the computer who's like worried, who's constantly complaining to Ethan. He's worried, he's gonna get fired, to a man who's because you see the positive impact Ethan has had on Benji, and it's great. Like by the way, Benji also just in general has stepped up, like as a field agent himself. Like dude, like one of my favorite parts of Dead Reckoning was like as soon as they realized that like, oh, the entity has hacked their comms, Benji immediately smashes the computer hard drive and immediately goes out to rush to go find Ethan. He's a field agent now, Nick. It's like Benji, where are you going? I gotta find Ethan. And I hear Nick like Nick he's a field, and like Nick like him like Benji's not gonna be able to do all the crazy shit that Ethan can do, but they still find a way to build up tension, and that's reasonable for Benji because like dude took a bullet, and like he's not gonna die, but everyone else could possibly die if he faints, or he could die from his lungs almost collapsing. So Benji has to like multitask in having Grace do all the the technology stuff for him, while at the same time having to walk through oh my gosh, I'm sorry, I forgot her. I'll call her the French lady.
Paris.
Yes, Paris. So Paris, he has to walk Paris into helping him, treat his wound and all that. By the way, the fact that Benji now knows even how to treat these wounds, it's great. So he has to.
Also, Paris. psychopath in the first movie, like
Oh, yeah.
ready to kill people. Saves Benji.
Saves Benji. Nick, you know what it is? So there's actually quite a lot of bit here where it's not exactly the same, but it's kind of like how we joke about Megatron comedy series joined the Autobots. He's still kind of an asshole, but he's technically good now. like Paris is still talking about like
I'm a good person now. I'm with the good guys.
like Paris still wants is constantly like, can I kill him? No, Paris, you can't kill him. Damn, I really want to kill him. and when Benji's like, do you know how to treat, like, do you have medical experience? No. And then Paris like, I kill people. Good enough.
Enough.
Good enough.
I can work with that.
like Wheeljack's get like it's like if Wheeljack got like shots like Bumpy, you don't have to treat medical experience? No? He just looks at Megatron. I kill people.
I kill people. I can work with that.
So, I honestly I love Benji. He's great, but also Grace here also has stepped up. Ethan has a thing for English ladies.
Hold on, can we talk about the fact that Ethan Hunt got naked and frozen free and freezing waters?
Oh,
I love that shit about Mission Impossible.
I know. Okay, but also Nick, Nick was also tells you a lot about how close Ethan and Benji are now. Is how Benji straight when they're talking about their plan, Benji straight up just says, "Oh yeah, no, there is legit like 100% chance that Ethan's just gonna drown." Like, there's no, like Benji's like, "Oh yeah, no, there's no stopping Ethan drowning. He's gonna fucking drown in the frozen water." But he's like, but the water might be cold enough where his body, like, function will slow down just enough that he can be revived. Like Nick, like, that's crazy trust that Benji has in Ethan now, where he straight up goes like, "Oh yeah, no, Ethan's gonna fucking die legitimately a third time."
He's thinking around how crazy Ethan will be.
Exactly. That's how much as they've become so close. Like Nick, it's literally like, if this was Transformers, it's literally like, hey, but Optimus will die like for the 5th time. Oh yeah, no, there's no stopping that. He's gonna fucking die for the 5th time. But there's a possibility that we could bring him back from the dead again. Oh my gosh, you guys are crazy. Yeah, we're crazy. Is that right, Optimus? Yeah, sure thing, we'll check. Yeah, we're crazy. I mean, you wanna just, fucking.
I mean, how long will we have until, to disconnect it? 10 milliseconds.
What? 10 milliseconds. Literally a blink of an eye.
A blink of an eye.
Oh my gosh! But Nick, I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to do this. I'm trying to restrain myself from doing this with Express, but I kind of find that idea. I kind of really find that idea, Nick, really funny. The idea that Optimus is just, medically speaking, technically, constantly dying and being brought back. Like, oh my gosh, Optimus, you were technically dead. Like your spark was like not like, beating for like a good solid minute. Well, I'm back from the grave, technically, aren't I? I mean, yeah. So we're good then. Come on, let's go. We gotta stop Megatron. Like, Optimus, you were frozen in space, man. But I'm okay now. I guess. Jeez. But by the way, Nick, Ethan Hunt has technically died 3 times in this series. One, his first time, his wife literally had to kill him to prevent his head from exploding, and then his wife, through the this is also another thing I like about Mission Impossible 3. His wife literally brings Ethan back through the power of love. It's great. And then Rogue Nation, Ethan drowns for the first time, and then they resuscitate him with like defibrillators and shit. That's the second time he died. And then the third time in this movie, he drowns again, but the ocean is so cold that his body functions slow down just enough that he could be resuscitated by Grace. Fucking wild. He died technically 3 times, Nick. It's crazy.
I know.
I love Ethan Hunt. Oh my gosh. What else I was gonna say? Oh, now I remember also something I was gonna bring up. Kittredge here. So this is another thing I was gonna say that I kind of do have somewhat of a problem with, in the sense that I feel like Kittredge took a step back from Dead Reckoning, because Nick, Dead Reckoning ended with, Kittredge giving that whole like monologue, how like you know what, Ethan, I kind of, like, you're crazy.
Yeah.
But I respect you, and he's going like hurry, Ethan, the world is counting on you. You don't have much time. But then here, Kittredge has kind of like regressed, going back to being antagonistic. Like, no, we gotta stop you, Ethan. We gotta stop you. Well, but in the sense, it's weird because like Eugene initially, well, because Eugene still wants to control. Kittredge still wants to control the entity in both movies, but it says that like in the first movie, Kittredge saw Ethan as an obstacle that was gonna stop him from controlling the entity. But here, it's technically still the same, but also in the sense that everyone believes that Ethan's gonna end the world, essentially. Because everyone's talking about how like the entity has become so ingrained with everything that if you kill the entity, it's gonna take everything with it, and we're all gonna go back to like the fucking Stone Age, and a lot of people are gonna die because of that. Like this is what I mean when Nick, this is what I mean that Final Reckoning is just Metal Gear Solid 4. Because that was literally like literally like the same plot point. Like Snake, we can't we can't just simply kill the Patriot AI, because everything is so reliant on the Patriot AI now. But and then just like Metal Gear Solid 4, Luther finds a way to kill the trap the entity, while at the same time still have everything still functioning. Luther's great, man. I love Luther, Nick.
I know.
It so bums me out. What was I say? Oh, also, was it Briggs, the guy from the first movie? Turns out.
Okay.
So that's the part. That's the part, huh? Okay.
Yeah.
That's the part. Okay, but here's okay. Okay, let me hear you out first.
So, granted, when you you learn that Jasper Briggs, the guy, the agent, the CIA agent from the first part, chasing Ethan throughout the movie, is the son of Tom Phelps, the villain in the first movie.
Jim Phelps.
Yeah, Jim.
So he's Jim Phelps Jr.
Where am I getting Tom Phelps? Anyway, whatever. Jim Phelps. Jasper. So he's actually Jasper Phelps.
No, he's still Jim. His real name is still Jim, but he goes by Jasper Briggs.
Jasper Briggs. Anyway, so he's Jasper Briggs. And so Jasper Briggs is actually connected to. It's like to the first one of the characters in the early movies, and I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, this is kind of getting a bit much with all the references to like old stuff.
Okay.
Because okay, because like in the first like 10 minutes, like you could do like the recap of like, isn't this the same guy that climbed the building and did all that stuff? So I was like, okay, like, okay, if you're gonna do a fun movie, I guess it works. Bring back Angela Bassett as the president. Okay, all right, follow. I'm cool with that. Also, remind me where I'm at, just but really quick. I need a gush. Holy shit, she looks beautiful for her age.
Oh, Angela Bassett. Oh yeah, she's great, man.
She is gorgeous.
She's great, man.
In her 60s, she's absolutely gorgeous.
Dude, like most of the actors in this movie are like pushing like 60s, man, and they all look great.
Yeah.
No, yeah. Angela Bassett.
But Angela Bassett, especially. Oh my gosh, she.
Oh yeah, she looks fantastic for her age here. Wow, like legitimately, wow. It's great, and also just Angela Bassett as the president in general. Like what they do with her is great. Like that's
yeah, but we'll get to her.
Yeah.
First, I want to mention. So it's like, okay, so you got like these old references. The rabbit's foot from Mission Impossible 3 was the earliest known version of the entity.
So it's, from what I understand,
I'm like, okay, that's a good callback.
It's not so much the entity itself. It's like
but like the earliest known. The prelude.
Yeah,
the precursor.
It's the thing that would become the entity.
Yeah, but like still, oh my gosh. It's like, okay. Also, we finally get something for with the entity. So if you're obsessing over that, there you go. I'm like, okay, and then they said they talk about how Ethan was in this exact same situation with another woman he loved, and I remember when he saw his wife get shot in the head. I'm like, okay, I get like the old movies when they did the there's one other we could argue. Oh my gosh, that's a bit okay, we get it, but I felt like that's a better, that could be better just because I think with the theme of how it goes, it fits better. But with Jasper, I felt like, did he really need to be connected to him? Especially since when he flat says, "I'm not doing this for revenge. I'm just doing this because you don't follow orders." I'm like,
that is true.
Well, it didn't matter. So it didn't matter.
I get that. But
and another thing that does bother me about Jasper is because like when you see the first part, you can kind of tell like there was gonna be like he was kind of piecing together. Oh, maybe Ethan is actually the actual like good guy in the scenario, and he kind of just doesn't really do much.
I think that's just a byproduct of him working under Kittredge, and so when Kittredge took a step back, like characterization wise, he also did.
Yeah, and I'm like, that is a big problem for me. Anyways, I think I just described all my problems, so everything else I can just gush.
Okay. I do see most of your points now. I'm okay. Again, I said though, I'm okay with like the whole like, tying back to stuff. Honestly, while I understand your point about Jasper, and I do see that point. I do somewhat agree with it, but at the same time, I do also like though that this. I don't know. There's something about. I don't know. I think there's something really neat about. Oh, despite all of that, it's not. He's not motivated by revenge, because like because in a sense that would come across very like almost too cliche, like, oh, the son of the bad guy is here for revenge and all that. But like, I found a fresh breath air that like, oh, even though there's this connection, it's not out of a need for revenge. It's more like it's more like in the sense that he believes Ethan's recklessness and his inability to follow orders is what caused his dad to die, rather than Ethan himself directly killing his dad. He views it more like, oh, this is all like a byproduct of Ethan's natural character and behavior. So I found that more. I found that a breath of fresh air. Goodness gracious. So yeah, you know what it is, Nick? I think now, I think now, just talk about it. There is some, see, this is what I mean about how opinions change. I think when we talk about this, things can somewhat change. But I think what it is for me is, I acknowledge these flaws, but I still find it just as entertaining as this movie, just as entertaining before recognizing these flaws. Like,
yeah. I overall really enjoyed this movie.
I love this movie. I
had a great time.
Yeah. So, I love this movie. It's great. What was I gonna say? I guess we could also then talk about the other guy that is somewhat similar, where he so it's the other guy that's comes back from the first movie, Donlo. You know the guy that kept barfing in the first movie. He's here now. Like, it's like, oh, it's Donlo. Oh, he's up here because Kittredge sent him up here in the first movie. But then what's so cool is Donlo. They could have easily just had Donlo be, like a Jasper, like, oh, it's the guy from the first, just like oh, it's the guy from the first movie. He's up here because remember. But then no. Yeah. But then no, he ends up actually being really useful, and then again, Nick, like oh, and then Nick, like, it's like there's a point where, like, you go like, oh, he's actually joining the main team now. Oh, he's part of the team. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay, interesting. Like, because you know what, it felt like they were kind of.
Hold on, before we gush about Donlo.
Yeah.
I feel like we should mention this just really quick, just because.
Yes.
Just because we didn't really mention him a lot.
Who?
Just and that is Dagus.
Oh, Dagus. He's all right.
He was there.
I'm not gonna lie. Dagus is neat. And at the end of the day, he helped Donlo, disable the bomb, but admittedly, he is like the least interesting compared to everyone else there. He was kind of just there. Admittedly, I can agree, but at the same time, though, like, it's not like he's not egregious or anything. So, like, it's kind of just like a thing where, like, he's just there, but you kind of just overlook him. So that's why it doesn't really like. He doesn't really like affect my view of the movie negatively, because I just kind of overlook him.
Yeah.
So that could be a genuine criticism, but at the same time, like, he's at the end of the day, he's harmless to the movie. So he's fine. He's there. He's all right. But again, like with Donlo, like when you first introduced him, I thought it was gonna be like, like almost like a comedic role, like oh, the guy's just there, haha. But then again, like Nick, like he steps up, man, and then like with the bomb and the bunker, it's great. But also, legitimately, one of my favorite moments in this movie was also with Donlo and Ethan finally meeting each other face to face, and I love that idea because again it emphasizes one of the big themes and points in this movie that Luther Luther was telling Ethan that your fate is not is not set in stone, like no, not one action defines your future. Is it's everything you do in life that that makes it that this and the choices you make, that's what defines your fate, your future. And so it's so cool how that ties in with how that ties in with Donlo, how he was telling Ethan Ethan's hey, sorry, messed up your life, but then Donald's telling him no, sure, my career at that point got screwed over, I could never go back, but at the same time, if you didn't screw me over back then, and you never shipped me, and I never got shipped over to Alaska, I wouldn't be here to help. And he's also telling us and I would never have found my wife. By the way, the wife is great.
Oh yeah. It actually goes into throughout the movie you're kind of seeing this theme, especially since it was the rabbit's foot that gave that and it's pretty much Ethan's actions always was actually kind of always being light up to this, so it's Ethan's responsible for this happening. So it's this idea of everything Ethan's done is led up to causing this disaster.
Yeah.
Almost as if all he does is cause disaster. And then you get a guy who he technically legitimately screwed over. And thinks he's having the greatest life ever because of it.
Yeah, he thanks Ethan for what he did. Is great, man. It's good. I like it. I love it. And then I like how the knife is used as a symbol of of gratitude. The knife was supposed to be what supposedly ruined his career is is given back as a symbol of gratitude, as no, this knife is a symbol of my life really starting to come together. It's great. This is art, man. This I love it. Man, I can't hate.
Guys, this isn't a bad movie.
No, it's not a bad movie. So
far from it.
So when I see people talking oh no, this is this is a big letdown. This is the worst one. It's I disagree. I thought this was great. Again, this talk, I do acknowledge these flaws that I failed to recognize, but it still doesn't take away my enjoyment of the movie. I loved it. I don't know. I guess the
also just the whole climax of timers counting down, nukes are about to go, especially the scene where the president literally figured out, we're if we do this, we're literally falling for the entity's game. We got demilitarize and all that. Fails to do so, but still, it's very tense. Also, I gotta ask, why did Ron ask for the gun? And
I firmly believe Nick. So nothing's set in stone. There's probably a little bit of slight oversight. Obviously, the real reason at the end of the day, he needed to shoot the guy who's gonna try to shoot the president.
Yes,
that's why he needed a gun. I think they were trying to imply that maybe he was gonna also turn on the president, but then like on Angela Bassett, but then like maybe like like something like clicked in his mind. Angela Bassett convinced him otherwise, and that's why he saved the president, shooting the guy who was gonna shoot her. So, but at the end of the day, they just needed him to have a gun to shoot the guy who was gonna shoot Angela Bassett. That's why he had the gun. So it really is just one of those moments, Nick, where like you need something to happen in order for this to happen. So it is what it is. Yeah, I loved it. I liked it. I liked this movie.
That just that final moment, like Benji bleeding out. Oh my gosh, I'm so glad they didn't kill Benji.
I know.
Ethan's falling.
Oh, dude, when Ethan's parachute caught on fire, legit, I was like, oh my gosh.
I know. I'm like, holy shit.
Is this actually it? Holy shit.
Yeah.
But.
And then there's another parachute.
I'm glad he had the other parachute, but man,
Where'd that come from?
It most likely he just had it. It most likely was just one of those things where like it's just a double parachute sort of thing. It is what it is what it is. But at the same time though, it's like I'm glad he survived, but man, dude, imagine if they did have the balls to kill Ethan that way. He saved Ethan, because Ethan, he saves the day, Nick. He saved the day. He inserted the poison pill into the Pakova. They trapped the entity. They saved the world from total annihilation. The entity no longer has control of the fucking nuclear missiles this time. Everything can go back to normal. But man, imagine all that happens, but Ethan is not there to see it. If they actually went down that route, I'm not gonna lie, it's like, I think, so at the end of the day, I know why Ethan lived, because Ethan Hunt at the end of the day is Tom Cruise.
Oh, he always makes it out.
Yeah, but also Ethan Hunt at the end of the day is Tom Cruise, and Tom Cruise has explicitly stated like, even if this is the last Mission Impossible movie, he's not done making movies. He's gonna keep making movies, man. And I feel like the Mission Impossible movies, in their own way, kind of sort of tells Tom Cruise's personal story in their own unique way. I firmly believe the entity in all this is like this big is most likely influenced by Tom actual opinions and fears on the growing concern of AI in real life. I firmly believe that's a real influence behind these movies. But at the same time, I think with Ethan living, it's a way of Tom saying even if AI is this big terror, I'm not gonna stop making the art I know how to I love and know how to make.
Yeah.
And I think that's a great way, symbolic send off. At the end of the day, Ethan lives. They trap the entity, and and sure that everyone goes their separate ways afterwards at the end in London. But Ethan's still alive. Ethan Hunt is still there. And as long as Ethan Hunt is still alive, Nick, there's always going to be another impossible mission for him to take on.
Yep.
And I think that's beautiful. I think that's beautiful, Nick. But no, man, when the parachute caught on fire, I legit was like, oh.
I know. I'm like, oh my gosh, this could be it.
Oh my gosh. Oh. So. Oh, but it's great, man. Oh.
That moment in when like the bunker becomes dark and you only have the glow of the
Oh
entity
yeah, that's great. Because you know what it is? Because like it's literally like the thing lights up. Grace grabs it immediately, and it just hard cut to darkness, black. You don't know what just happened. You don't know if the world, if she was too late or not. And like it stays that way for like a good couple seconds, Nick. It's like, oh my gosh, oh. And you see the glow slowly fade in. It's like, oh my gosh, oh. It's literally a moment like where you're holding your breath, like, oh, oh, they did it.
Yeah.
Oh. So, it's great. I'm gonna be rewatching this with my dad, Nick. But oh man, oh, Mission Impossible, Nick. So like yeah. At the end of the day, I love Mission Impossible.
Yeah, Mission Impossible is great.
Like, I think also just at the end of the day, right? Like, even if something is flawed, and there are like legitimate like criticisms of something, you can still, it's still enjoyable. Like I still like it, man. Like if I just like it, If for some reason I don't know, I don't know. There's just things that you can acknowledge have problems, but you can still like. Fuck.
Yeah, exactly. That's essentially that's pretty much my entire thesis.
Okay, yeah, but you know what it is, Nick? I won't lie. It really is because when you came out with, I had some problems with it, but overall I liked it. You know what it is, Nick? It really is just that moment where, like, despite us mostly having very similar opinions on things, it's that those few times where there's a difference in opinion, and it's like, oh.
But I'm not gonna lie. I was kind of hoping you'd focus more on the overall. I really liked it.
I'm sorry. I really just kind of got caught up with the whole.
I have problems. Oh no, he hated it.
No. I knew you didn't hate it, but it literally was a moment where, like, oh, it's the disappointment that you didn't enjoy it the same way I did. Like that's what got me. It's like, oh.
Fair enough. I did enjoy it the same way you did.
That's what I was concerned about. I was like, oh.
I did really enjoy it. Same way as you.
He didn't like it. I
just noticed that there were issues, but still really liked it despite it.
Okay, I get you, but it's like, oh.
He hated it.
No, I knew you didn't hate it, but like,
I know, but like,
it's just either way, like the idea that, like, oh, he didn't like
have the same opinion as me.
When we normally have very similar opinions.
This divorce arc really is happening. Who's gonna have custody of Chelsea?
Who's gonna have custody of Chelsea? You know what? Fine, Nick. You know what then? You can have Chelsea. I'll take all the Transformers figures, and you can have fucking and you can keep the Sonic figures.
Fine, but I take not.
Fine, then I'll take Ninjato.
How one with not. You know how good we love with movies.
Are you saying Ninjato? Not's value is higher than Ninjato's? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying I'm gonna be watching a lot of good movies.
Okay then.
And you know how much I love movies.
I do love movies too. I do love movies too, Nick.
And Mission Impossible is good.
I know, I love Mission Impossible, man. I don't know, I guess at the end of the day, yeah, Fallout probably is objectively better, the movie, Nick, but I personally enjoyed, like, Final Reckoning more. But Fallout is also really good, man. God, wow, they really just nailed it with Fallout, man.
I know.
Oh, Fallout's so good. But I'm looking forward to watching. I'm really looking forward to watching Final Reckoning again with my dad, because my dad also likes the Mission Impossible stuff. So, yeah, it's great. What was I gonna say? So, that said, so that's just, you know, comparing, like, you know, Mission Impossible movies. I gotta say, so far, right now, on, like, you know, like, the movie list that I've, you know, like, seen and watched. So I've seen 11 movies so far this year, Nick. All right, I've seen 11 movies so far this year. I still think the Minecraft movie is the worst. Because Captain America made me upset. I didn't get as mad as I was watching Black Widow. That movie made me fucking mad. But I'll take a movie that at least makes me feel something over a movie that, like, kind of just don't really feel all that much about in general. No matter how much the memes end up kind of coming back to haunt me. So there's that. But other than that, after the above those two movies on my list, everything else I relatively enjoyed, man. So right now, Nick, I have Mission Impossible as my number one movie, because that's the movie I just that I just enjoyed the most. But I'm not gonna lie, it may flip flop back and forth constantly throughout the year, because the second movie that is on top, Sinners.
Oh, that's right. I did see Sinners. Shit! Fuck! I'm not gonna lie. I feel the same way.
Like, you know what it is? I think Sinners, objectively, is the better movie, but I had such a blast.
I really like Mission Impossible.
Exactly. So, like, I'm not gonna lie. It most likely will flip-flop back and forth throughout the entire year. It can flip-flop between Sinners and Mission Impossible. Because, oh, man, Sinners was so good. Oh, Sinners was so good, man. Oh my gosh. Nick, the vampire fucking baptizing the guy, man. Holy shit.
I know.
Ryan Coogler needs to make more movies like that. Oh my god, when that happened, Nick, I was literally going, holy shit, they're doing this? Oh my gosh. Wow. This is art. So, oh, that's right. I still need to. I'm looking at the list of movies I still need to watch. I still need to watch the fucking Ke-Huy Quan movie, Love Hurts. Cause I want to watch anything with him in, cause I really like him. Oh yeah, we also watched THX, but that doesn't really count. But I like THX. So that still leaves 24 other movies that I do want to see. Most of the stuff probably never gonna watch in theaters, just because movies are, especially nowadays, movies are expensive, man. Oh my gosh. Like Nick, Nick, me and my dad, we're gonna be watching Mission Impossible like Monday, like pretty early on in the morning, like the first like matinee price time available, and dude, 2 matinee price tickets is like $30-something. tickets are fucking expensive, man. Like oh my gosh, Nick. Imagine if like Nick, and that's just standard. Like I know like. So Nick, I'm not gonna lie. Before Final Reckoning is out of theaters, I feel like I do have to watch this in IMAX. But man, that's gonna be a fucking expensive day, man. Oh my gosh, IMAX is so expensive, Nick. Movies are expensive.
Yeah.
That said, that $30-something for like IMAX will be worth more than the $14 for the Minecraft movie. I'm never getting over that, Nick. You had Cal to back you up. You had Cal to.
You could have asked him. Just saying.
But then I feel like that would have made me come across almost, you know, I don't want to be the guy, Nick, who comes out like the guy you're like, oh, the one friend out of state who comes in going, hey man, so I barely know you. Can you buy this for me? You know,
I'm not gonna lie though. I do wish there was just a better movie out while you were, in here.
Nick,
why couldn't Mission Impossible come out then?
I don't know. Nick, it was fucking Colin who wanted to watch the Minecraft movie. Blame him.
I know, that's worse.
It's Butter's fault. Butter's not even fucking listening. I doubt he was watching replays, but if he is, Butter, goddamn you gay ass motherfucker. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, he's bisexual. By the way, goddamn it, man. Why did you make me watch Why did you have to make us watch the Minecraft movie? We could have watched something better. God damn it. You know what, Butter? If I was a gay or bisexual man, I would not fuck you. You're not my. I would never get with a man who wants to make me go watch the Minecraft movie for $14.
No.
Oh my gosh, Nick. Whoever ends up becoming like Butter's partner in the future, I pity you. Because he's going to make you watch shit like the Minecraft movie for $14.
Fucking Minecraft movie.
Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, I hate Butter even more. Because of him, I have to watch the fuck-ass live-action How to Train Your Dragon movie!
Technically, you don't have to, but you're just doing it out of spite.
If I'm going to beat Butter in intellectual combat, Nick, I have to know what I'm criticizing. That said, we should probably also watch the original How to Train Your Dragon movie beforehand.
Fair enough.
So. Anyways, we've been going now for what, 5.5 hours now? It is 1 o'clock, Nick. 1 o'clock my time. This stream has been going for 5.5 hours. We've spent like, we have spent most of this time just talking about Mission Impossible. So anyways, I don't know. I think everyone pretty much went to bed now, Nick. I think everyone who was watching went to bed now. But anyone who was watching in the replays on YouTube, if you somehow managed to stick it out this long, thanks. Very cool. And yeah, go watch Mission Impossible. Go watch Mission Impossible. So, gonna end things here. Thank you everyone who came. Thanks for watching on the replays. And until next time. Good night.